He say, we are back with another banger. Salute from the Cleveland boys. Yes, sir. Shout out to Cleveland, Ohio. Roller coaster. And Ronin is in the background. Salute to you, Ronin. Glad to see that you're here. He's going to be here in a few moments. I'm going to pull him up. Going to continue to give you guys some shout outs for a few more moments. And my SpaghettiOs is in the building. Glad to see that you're here. He said, hit that like button for our brother Dre. Hit that like button, if you will, gentlemen. If you will. Shout out to my brother Don, a.k.a. the Don JP, in the building as well. Good evening, Andre and chat family. Glad to see that you're here. He said, damn, the sky has dark and Andre got deep. He came right in with the deep, talking about your demise. What are you going to do? Oh, if y'all think this one is crazy, wait until, I think it's Wednesday episode. No, wait a minute. Tomorrow's episode is the cost of living versus the cost of dying in the United States. Bruh, I did not know how expensive it is to die. Looks like I froze for a second. I did not know how expensive it was. It is expensive to die in the United States. So we're going to talk about the cost of living in the United States versus other countries tomorrow. And we're going to also talk about the cost of dying in the United States. From the time that you go into the hospital to the time that you go into the grave. Oh my God, man. You talk about paying the amount that costs. You could buy a house with the money that you spend to die in the United States. And I am not exaggerating. I'm talking about you could pay for a home cash in order to die from the hospital, the moment that you walk in that hospital, to the moment that you land in that grave. Oh man, America's, boy, they making money. One funeral home with only 800 people passing, having 800 funeral services, because we're all gonna pass, 1.3 million a year. What the average funeral home in the United States, $1.3 million. Every time you drive past a funeral home, Detroit, the funeral home right next to Motown, you know, Motown record label. Everybody in Detroit know that on the east side, right off Grand Boulevard, one of the most famous, if not the most famous funeral home in Detroit. The average funeral home with just 800 people dying in the year. 1.3 million, just the funeral home. So we're going to talk about that this week as well. And we're going to talk about our brother, what's going on with our brother MTR in Thailand. So we're so happy for him. Shout out to LJ, the Southern Vegan, being here, as well as our brother Alexis. Glad to see that you're here as well. Salute to you, gentlemen. Glad to see that you're here. Yes, sir. Yeah, we got an episode coming up this month in regards to that. So we're going to be talking about that again. We had a really good episode with that last year. Let me scroll down, make sure I get everybody. We got 33 people in the building, such as my brother, the Black Chairman, is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. The Black Chairman is here. We say many blessings, fellows, on this Sabbath, on this Sunday, Domingo. Aiken's in the building. Shout out to Aiken being here. He says salute, and salute to you as well, brother. Let's go ahead and get started because we got our brother T-Mac representing. So it looks like we're doing good with T-Mac. Glad to see that you're here. Salute to all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Salute to all. And this impacts all of us that plan on living in other countries. And if you plan on living in other country, you better start making plans on when you're going to die, like myself, in another country. Shout out to Chris Jeezy. Chris said, I want to be buried in the Arlington National Cemetery when that day comes. Nothing wrong with that, brother. And shout out to my brother Garland being in the building. He says this, bro, I'm now monetized on Instagram and Facebook. Congratulations. He said, if any of y'all not on Facebook, y'all better get on it because Mark is paying. Okay, cool. I need to holler at you about that one then. I need to holler at you about that one because I've been on there forever. doing episodes. These episodes go live on Facebook. They go live on YouTube. They go live on Instagram. Yes, sir. Shout out to my brother Arizona Marine being in the building. Glad to see that you're here. And Silverus One being here. Silverus One is in the building. Shout out to you. Say shout out to brother Andre and the chat. Glad to see that you're here too, bro. We got MJB representing. Yes, sir. What's good? We're having a good night. And Dave says this. He say, Dre, can't find the live where you did the discussion on stock investments and business investments. Can't find that one? I think that's one of the ones that we put on a Patreon. Let me look for it. Let me see if I can find it on the channel too. Because I know exactly which one you're talking about. And business to invest in. I know exactly what you're talking about. He said them threads are something else on Instagram and Facebook. Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know, gentlemen. But enough of this. Let's change the music up because we got our man of the moment who was here last week, who informed us on life in the Philippines, walked us step by step through how his first year has been, and we're going to follow him again in regards to his life in the Philippines and beyond that, all of our lives. It is very important to set ourselves up, or at least set our families up for success after we pass on. Those of us in the Black community, come on, let's be real. Before I bring our brother Ronin up, we know what it's like to have an auntie, a grandmama, a granddaddy, a cousin, or a brother pass on, and they didn't put themselves in order. Then we basically have to have a family GoFundMe. Everybody in the family donating $50 here, $300 there, $500 here to help pay for the funeral. Let's not go out like that. We've experienced that enough in the Black community. So our brother Ronin is going to show us step by step. If we're outside the country and it ain't nobody to have a fundraiser for you, you better make sure you have things in order. Shout out to our brother being here. Let me bring him up. As he laughs. How's your night going, Ronin?
It's going well, man. You know me. I've been up early this morning. We were texting already. Texting before I went to sleep. You know, my AI is not trying to have me be great, but I'm still going to get it done and make it entertaining enough. Because here's the biggest thing I do know. Nobody likes talking about this subject.
No. It's not the funnest one, but it's necessary.
Absolutely is.
It is necessary. Okay, let me get. Okay, I see the.
Yeah, so I loaded the slide, and then I have some clips, kind of get people emotionally involved in this conversation. And the reason I do that is people learn auditorily and visually, and then the combination of the two is the best. So to keep people interested, I'm kind of got a little story going on while we're talking about certain points of this.
Okay, got you. So you don't want me to open up anything?
Not yet. I'll be the director.
I'll let you do that. Yes, sir. Yes,
so,
sir.
I really appreciate you guys coming in and listening to this. It's a topic that I've been talking about for several years. And I don't know if you know anybody who's been in the insurance game, been in fiduciary businesses and stuff like that. We always look at the what ifs. Okay, what if this? What if that? What if I turn too quickly on this? And am I going to roll my truck? There's always a what if in everything. And in the insurance business and things like that, they have what they call fiduciaries. By the way, let me back up a little bit. If you don't know me, I'm Ronin Travelers. But I also have another channel that I'm trying to grow, which is my first love is helping people. And it's called Wealth Talk Legacy Walks. It's because I've been in the business for almost 15 years of insurance. And before that, I've been in sales for a lot longer. So once I got in insurance, I started getting into annuities, fiduciary work, and also doing retirement counseling or advisory. So, and I did the typical thing. You know, I had a huge business in California. I ran an agency for a company called Health Markets. They later were sold into a health insurance company. I also worked for Transamerica. I was recruited by New York Life to get my Series 6, Series 7 and trade on the open stock market. I didn't want to get that. I didn't want to start advising people in risky factors and still take a commission. I had a conscience and I wanted to sleep at night. So I found products that kind of made it safer for you to want to invest, still gain interest, but grow your money tax-free. We're not here to talk about that today. But what I am going to talk about is what happens to you while you're overseas. Okay, so before I get into tools and strategies or anything like that, I want everybody watching and understanding that what actually happens on the ground the moment Americans die overseas, it's like a movie, because now it's a whole investigation going on. Why you died, autopsy has to be done. That country has to kick out a death certificate, has to be certified by the consulate. There's a whole bunch of processes that go in place before they can even get your body. Okay, and then that's a whole nother conversation. It's called repatriation. We're going to go over some glossary of terms. We're going to go over a lot of different things during this live. But what I want you guys to wrap your head around, this is a real thing. What I know in my business and what I know from talking to people, when you're on vacation, you have a vacation mindset, you're the most relaxed and you do more things that you never trained for in your life that you want to do it for fun. Some of those fun activities can get you dead. You know, you want to skydive or parachute, or you want to go rock climbing, but you never did that in the States. Just choose to do it now. Maybe you're a content guy, maybe you're not. Doesn't matter. One false slip and you're falling down that mountain. One parachute that doesn't open, basically the law of averages, you're dead. What do we do? What do you do? Did you have things set aside? Because we all think we're going to live forever, God forbid. You know, we're not going to die. We're invincible. No. There's going to be a time and a place that no man knows. I've had so many clients come in, and I've had husbands fall on the sword for their wives and want to insure their wives, but don't insure themselves, but they're the bread maker. I've had the vice versa. I've had the wife that falls on the sword for the husband and make sure he's secure, but then she winds up getting sick and getting brain cancer and dies, and now he's got kids and responsibility. The hell with no life insurance. Now he's got to be able to take care of all those things, life balances, right? Nobody thinks about that. It's all happy-go-lucky until that incident happens. Then it's like, damn, you know, somebody's having a cookout or a fucking car wash, excuse my French, in order to pay for a burial. It happens too much. GoFundMe's are not life insurance policies or burial plans. So tonight we're going to get into all these steps. I got some nice, pretty slides for you to keep you occupied visually. I got some little clips that are going to go on, but Dre, you can pull yourself back up real quick if you want.
Yes, sir. Give me a second.
And I'm not looking at the chat right now, so I'm totally in a whole nother element. I got too many windows open, so I don't know if anybody's addressing questions to me or whatever.
Give me a second. I don't know why that is not. Okay, there we go.
Here we go. So here, let me pull back into studio here real quick. Okay. All right.
All right.
If you like, let's get everybody in the mood. That first video that you see down there says Act 1.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play that.
Okay.
Su familia. Requiem aeternum doma eles domión y luz perpetua luci eles. Marco fue un hombre de amor, un hombre que cruzó el mundo para construir una vida con la mujer que amaba. Y esa vida, esa familia, es su legado.
We go until we are laid to rest. That part, nobody can stop. But what happens to the people you leave standing at that grave, that part, you control, or you don't.
All right. Go right into that slide. Thank you. I actually, just like I said, my AI is trying not to make me great today, but I struggled through it and got a couple of them done.
All right. So you want to go to the slide?
Yes, sir. The slide deck is right there. So what happens when you die overseas? This is basically 5 different areas that you have to look at. They're all layered. Okay,
before you get any deeper into it, guys, if you are interested in the slides in which Brother Ronin has put together, shoot me an email and I'll send you these new slides as well. So he's made some new slides. So some of you guys got slides from last week. Just shoot me an email, and you guys know my email address right here, aspence2011@gmail. Shoot me an email, and all the slides that he's going to be going over today, you guys will be able to get those directly from me as well. These slides are going to be going into the Patreon also. All right, Ronin. Thank you.
All right. Let me just drop this one thing in here. By the way, only thing I ask is if you guys could promote my new channel, that would be great.
All right.
And I'll drop it in the back chat. This is my channel where I'll be talking more about this. So I'm actually simulcasting between the 2 channels right now.
All right. There we go.
All right.
So let me put
this
in the comments. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Yeah. So you can see there's 5 sectors. And look, there are multi-layers, and I'm not going to get boring with this because there's multiple layers to each one of those sections. Okay. And overseas death triggers a lot of different tracks, one on the local side and one on the U.S. estate administration side. Back in the United States, people are already grubbing to get access to your money, especially family members. And there's a pecking order to this. So if you don't organize it in a way that pecking order doesn't overwhelm the people that you really want to have your resources, your legacy, and the things that you want them to have that you took all your life to build. This is the problem I see with a lot of people. You guys take all this time and you boast about your investment portfolios. You boast about what you have, your assets, your houses, your cars, and all these things, but yet and still, you don't have one policy, one beneficiary, nobody named on any of that. Lawyers love you. Probate court loves you because they're going to make a mint off of everything you say before the first person in your family has access to anything. They will lock your stuff down. And if you have crypto accounts with nothing attached to them, guess what? All that wealth gets lost. Period. Because nobody has all your little codes or anything like that to access it. It's digital currency, right? So if you don't have a plan in place on who has access to that, or if you don't have a folder in a safe deposit box that has, the codes on it, that's lost to the internet. It's digital currency. It's dust. Goes to nobody. Nobody knows about it. You've been secretive all this time about what's in your account, how much you have it, and all those things, which is good. You should be. But there should be a plan on when you die, if you die, even if you're a young man. We're not just talking about guys our age, 58 or older. No, young guys die all the time, all the time. Some guys succumb to pressure and self-delete. You just never know. That's the point. You don't know. So if you guys aren't thinking in this mode, you need to get in that mode. I hear you guys making plans. You guys are studying, you're making 6 figures, you're going to Theo's class, you're doing all the right things to build up what? Your resources, your assets, become marketable, be a high value man to do whatever you want in your life. You do all these things and you jump all these hurdles, but you don't put contingencies in place. And as men, analytically, we should be having contingencies in place, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D even. If you don't even think that far, at least have one fallback. When we travel, we talk about having a safety net, have a couple credit cards that you don't touch, that you can grab in a minute of notice. Why? Because we might have a family member that we really love die, and you need to hop on a plane to go see him. You want to pay your last respects, right? What happens when you die? What did you set up for the people that you love? or are you going to let them rip it apart? Now, I can tell you some stories now. I've seen some people that die. While I was going through PTSD, I stayed in a military veterans home, apartment complex. A lot of brothers died in that apartment complex as I was living there. And each time, sometimes the family really did love the person. And they would come and do the right thing with the body, caring about the resources that the person might have had in their home. I've seen some family down dirty, grab all the electronics, grab the gold or whatever is in the house, whatever valuables in the house. They left the rest for the apartment complex to clean up. No receipt. And as hard as you took to earn your money, is all the different avenues and all the fight, the blood, sweat, and tears for you to grow your nest egg, your legacy, whatever you want to call it. Nobody's going to respect it as much as you, because you're the one that went through the struggle to make it. So if you don't set these things up, everything you took so long, your labor and love and all this other stuff that you as a man are trying to commit to your legacy, they're not going to care about it. They're going to rip it apart, tear it up. Within 2 to 3 years, whatever resources you had are going to be gone or dismantled for whatever you thought you were building. We're builders, right? You want to build your house upon a stable foundation. Some of the things we're talking about are stable foundations. Ain't no sense of building your house on a sandbank that's going to fall the minute any pressure is applied. And your family is going to apply pressure to every side of that wall. And if you have a foreign wife, if you have a foreign girlfriend, if you have children abroad, if things are not clearly outlined, you might have an over-domineering uncle or auntie that wants to be the head of the family or whatever. You leave those resources open. Who do you think is coming to grab those first before the ones you really want to have? And a will's not going to do it. So that your first line of defense, fail. There is nothing locked into a will. It can always be argued in a court. You're not of sound mind. You didn't tie all your resources, your bank accounts, your beneficiary claim payouts. You didn't put any of that in place. That all goes to probate court. Probate court is where they rip it up even more. And now the lawyers and the judges want their fair share, right? That could last anywhere from 3 to 6 years. All the while, whoever you really love has no benefits, no money, no nothing. Okay? So while we're talking, I want you guys to be looking at these charts and at these infographics, because they're giving you the basis. And like Dre said, you can have those infographics and start to sit down with somebody in your state. Because as we go through this, every state has different rules upon death. Just like every country that has a treaty or no treaty has different rules when it comes to death, estate, and everything else. If you own land in another country, that's a whole nother thing. That doesn't necessarily fall in the U.S. probate court. That goes to the country's probate court or whichever way they hold estate planning in that country. True. You need to know all the rules. You're taking all this money. You're a competent individual. You can afford to buy a business. You can afford to buy homes. How come you don't know the laws when it comes to distribution of wealth? And why haven't you set something up? You guys always talk about somebody's going to take something from you, but you put no guardrails on or any protection to prevent it. This is what me and Dre are going to be talking about today. How do you prevent people having access to your wealth like you would if you were alive once you're dead? How do you make sure the people you want to have your resources, your wealth, your legacy are set up to where they have no hurdles? That's a big one, hurdles. Because everybody wants a piece of your hard-earned money. The government, people surrounding the government, lawyers, everybody wants a piece of it. And you take all your years guarding it, and the minute you're gone, who's guarding it for you? Nobody. Unless you do these things. Now I get I don't get no financial benefit off of this. I was a fiduciary for like 15 years. Okay. I don't do that. I don't keep my licenses up or anything. I can only counsel you and advise you, and I'm going to point you in the right direction of where you need to go. I get no general benefit from for lying to you or trying to deceive you. Okay. When I'm telling you are basic facts, you can refine those out with your CPA or whoever you want to sit down as a fiduciary to outline trust with your lawyer and all these things and set those things up that we're talking about. But at least start working toward it. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Okay. All right, Dave, we can go to the slides again.
All right.
Cut me, stage me.
Great foundation. Great foundation. I like what you said about knowing the laws in another country. I'll give you a perfect example of what Ronin is saying. Here in Colombia, let's say you got Colombiana that you've been with like forever in the day, and I keep hearing them dogs outside. Let me close this window right over here. There we go. Okay, let's do that again. All right. Let's say you got somebody that you've been in love with in Colombia. Y'all been tag team, but you never got married. Y'all got a couple kids. It's okay. How Colombia works is this: if you were married back in the States and you never officially got a divorce, everything goes to your woman, your ex-wife back home in the States. Everything that you acquired here in Colombia goes back to her, whether she asks for it or not. Colombia will reach out to her and ask her, does she want your home that you purchased in Colombia? The car that you own in Colombia, they'll ask her, does she want that? Any other investments that you've made since you've been here in Colombia, your ex-wife gets all of that. That's how Colombia works. You didn't divorce in the States like you were supposed to. So the Colombian woman that was there for you for the last 40 years, she gets nothing. She gets nothing. Why? Because you did not divorce the person who you were with in the States. And Colombian law is stuff without even going to probate, Ronin. Colombia law is wife automatically has first dibs on everything. Then the kids, everybody else. So if your wife is in the States, your wife gets first dibs on everything. And I'm talking about the woman that you ain't spoke to, slept with, been around for 40 years. You ain't had nothing to do with your wife all these years, but the problem is you didn't divorce her. You just left the United States. You didn't think about that. And so all of a sudden, let's say you weren't with the Colombiana that long. Let's say you were with the Colombiana 5 years, and she gave you the best 5 years of your life, of the last few years of your life, and you didn't get a divorce in the States. Your ex-wife gets everything. All the woman that cheated on you in the States, she did you wrong in the States, doesn't matter. The way Colombia works is the ex-wife or the current wife, let me put it like this, I'm sorry, the current wife is first dibs on everything. So one of the things that you don't want to take for granted when it comes to moving to other countries is, are you divorced? Get that taken care of while you're still in the States. Because I'm telling you, it's going to come back to bite a lot of you dudes and a lot of the people who you fall in love with in Thailand, Philippines, and other countries. I'm not saying that they have the same rules as Colombia, but I'm not saying that they don't either. Let me let you go ahead, Ronin.
We're going to go over a lot of terms, and I don't want things to gloss over your head. So I have a glossary of terms included in here. Real quick, if you want to take a screenshot, so as we're talking about them, you can reference back to what a POD is. Payable upon death. That means you have beneficiaries, life insurance policies, even your bank accounts have a beneficiary form that you need to fill out to give access to somebody if something happens to you and you're dead. And then there are TODs. TODs are transferred on death. Okay. That means there's policies or bank accounts that you have a form filled out. Upon death, you want your resources or whatever assets that are in that account to be transferred to something. That something should be a trust, okay? Because you can transfer all your wealth to fund the trust, Okay, you can transfer everything into that, even your deeds, ownership of anything goes to in the beneficiary an account, your trust account. Okay, they are the next owner after you die. Or you can do it early and just have your trust hold everything, all your resources, all your assets, and it grants you permission to use them through the trust. That's the best way. Because then a lot of things are automatic and there's no extra paperwork that you have to go into those individual entities to do. Okay. So qualified domestic trust, those are different things that I'm going to be referencing as we're talking about it. You know, affidavits of heirs. You know, we're gonna irrevocable, revocable. These are all words that people hear, but they don't really understand what it means. Okay, so I just want you guys to know. All right, here's the first hurdle. No will, no plan. Who gets control? You would think the hierarchy is your surviving spouse has immediate control. Then your children, if you don't have a spouse, you're divorced, like Dre was just talking about. Your children should be next, right? No children yet? Okay, then it goes to your parents. Nope, they passed away, God forbid. My condolences. Goes to your siblings, right? Nah, bro. It can get real nasty out here in these streets. Notice it's a different one when it comes to the U.S. government. Pecking order starts getting out of the way. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins. Depending on what your pecking order is, you might assume this person has first. And remember, I just said U.S. Dre just gave you a scenario where if you were in Colombia, what the pecking order is. So your Colombian or your other country's resources automatically default to that treaty and that country's laws. True. Now, do your family in the U.S. have access to those resources? Even if you own them, who has first right of priority? That country does. Then you have to go to court and start figuring out how that works for your descendants that live in the United States, your children, if you're starting a second family, like myself. You know, who has access to what? You know, and people will always say when family dies, somebody is always going to come up and say, well, he really wanted this. Well, no, he didn't. He wanted this. Of course, it's always for their benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nothing breeds greed than free money for somebody in your family, like sharks around blood in the water. They coming for it, whether you intended them to or not.
So true.
This is a big one right here. What happens when you die overseas? How does your body get back? It's called repatriation. And while you have travel insurance, it's not necessarily included in your travel insurance. You need to specifically
say that one again. Don't let that one slide by. Guys don't know that.
It is not necessarily included in that specific insurance policy you have in travel, nor your credit cards. Because a lot of people, well, I have credit cards. That's my travel insurance. Nah, not when it comes to your body.
Correct. Let me interrupt just a split second, Ronin, just to piggyback off what you're saying. Andre and I have life insurance policies in the States, but to even piggyback off of that, I have MetLife, the same MetLife insurance that you guys have in the States. We have MetLife insurance here. One of the things that I made sure of, Ronin, was that if something happened to me while Andre and I are on excursion in another country, are our bodies covered for being shipped back to whatever our home country is, whether it be Colombia, whether it be Spain, whether it be Brazil? What country, our home country, does that cover? So we thought about with our life insurance, not just the economic scale, but because we're adventurers, and if anything happens while we're in Italy or in the Philippines visiting you guys, will we be covered to go back? And so we made sure that part got covered, as well as if anything happens to us while we're in another country. So when Ronin says this, he's absolutely correct. And I'm letting you guys know that you don't only have to have U.S. life insurance. You can get life insurance in your home country. That's very important for some of you guys to, you think as an American, I can only buy American life insurance. That's not true. I have the same, like I said, Snoopy med life insurance here in Colombia, and I have other life insurance policies back in the States. And Ronin, I don't know if you guys can do that there. The banks here in Colombia can sell you life insurance as a policy. So if at any point in time you want to take out a loan,
you think the banks are just selling you life insurance policy? The banks already have you insured, buddy. You know what I'm saying? The banks are insuring you against your own loss of life.
Yep, absolutely.
You take out a loan, they got a policy on you, probably 2 or 3 times the value of the loan. They don't get their money, and then they still gonna come back after your descendant and say, you owe us.
In Colombia, you can't even get a loan without insurance.
Exactly.
You can't even get it. It's funny that how you would say, like in the States, they automatically do it. In Colombia, they don't. However, you can't get any type of loan without it. So you can open up all type of bank accounts and savings accounts and money market accounts. But if you want a loan to be able to do something, whether something minute or whether something major, the first thing Colombia's bank accounts are going to ask you, did you buy an insurance policy with this bank to be able to cover anything that may occur upon your demise? You borrowed 100,000 from their bank. You know, let's say Andre borrowed 100,000 from the Colombian bank. The Colombian bank said, wait a minute, do you have a policy that could cover that? If you don't, we will not approve your or allow you to have a loan with our banks. So whereas what you were saying in the States, a lot of people don't know that that the banks insure them, no matter if they know about it or not. Here in Colombia, they will let you know you are not insured. You cannot have money. First step is get insurance coverage. So I have insurance coverage with the bank. So if anything happens to me, I not only have my stateside insurance, my Colombian insurance, but also have insurance with the Colombian banks as well. And you can upon death, your loved ones can be a beneficiary of that actual insurance policy by way of the bank.
Right.
And that just goes to show you that there are a lot of things around the world that these guys, I hope some of you guys realize to take advantage of. But let me let you continue on, brother.
Go ahead and pull that slide up while we're talking, and we can sit off to the side real quick.
Here.
The cost of the recovery of the body. Now, those costs are just to get it back to the United States to a legal recipient of bodies that die overseas. Now, that might not be your mortuary that you want to be buried in. That's just to get it into the borders of the United States. Now, once it hits the borders of the United States, there could be extra cost to get it to your home of record where you'd like to be buried. That's why I like myself and Dre's plan. I want to be cremated no matter where I am.
Yeah.
Cremate me. Don't worry about doing none of that other crap. Put me out in the ocean. You know, so you have to think long term on how does that work and break those steps down. Okay. Now, just for those in these particular countries, if you want to take our faces down, they can see the bottom. I put up the big 5 or whatever you want to call it: Colombia, Dominican Republic, Brazil, Thailand, Philippines. Okay. These are locations and places where you can start to look at your official resource path in order to recover bodies.
And remember, once again, guys, for those of you that want to get these slides, because I'm even though you guys are looking at it from the show slides, I'm looking at the exact same slides that Ronin sent over to me. So like I said, if any of you guys want these slides, make sure you send me an email at aspence2011@gmail.com, and I'll get these actual slides over to you because you can see the screen a little bit more. And he's got the embassy information for you with each one of these locations that we go to. Let me let you continue on, Ronin. Thank you.
No problem. So pay attention to that as well. What resources and who's where. While you might be able to call the U.S. consulate, all they're going to do is help you fill out paperwork. They're not doing it. It's not a movie. They're not going to do anything additional to help you besides help you follow through on whatever paperwork or give you resources for those paperwork. That's it. If you don't know, so the whole key to this is not only do you have representation in the United States, whatever country you're in, if you decide to settle, own property or anything like that, you need to put somebody on retainer as a resource for your significant other, whoever, to gain access to and help fill out paperwork that's necessary. So with that second clip, you can hit that second clip to kind of tie that all together.
The second clip? Okay, here we go.
Closest to the slide, yeah.
All right, let me move us over here, and I'll hit the second clip.
Sole primary beneficiary. It bypassed the will, it bypassed probate, it deposits directly into your bank account this week. That is.
Let me get a second. Let me bring that back.
We can go to that one. Yeah, we can go to that one next, but I want the one closest to the slide.
Oh, there is another one. Let me bring this one down. Move this one and add this one.
Will happen. The question is, what did you leave her to deal with when it does? Plan today. It is the last act of love you can give her.
Now you can hit the next one.
Okay, cool. No problem.
This is the mindset. I'm trying to get
Sole
them in
primary
their mind.
beneficiary. It bypassed the will, it bypassed probate, it deposits directly into your bank account this week. That is the fastest asset transfer that exists, and your name is on it.
The beneficiary form overrides the will every time. The fastest thing Marco could leave her, he left her.
There you go. So
All right.
what that basically is saying is, start planning. And then secondly is quick accesses to money. The POD is one way, the life insurance is another. As long as you have that death certificate, you can get the life insurance policy to pay out pretty quickly. But the whole point is, if you're dying overseas, it could take a little while to get that death certificate. So the POD is what kicks in right away. Or she already is attached to your bank account and you trust her enough to have access to your resources, she can still pay your bills. Ain't nothing like waiting in probate court for 6 months or a year, not being able to pay your mortgage, and everybody's coming to foreclose on your house, even though the money's there. It's just tied up in some kind of legal battle. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. You want to go to the next video?
Oh, no. I thought you were about to say something, so I stopped.
No, what I was about to say is to get, like I keep doing tonight, giving you guys examples. Some of you guys have heard me talk about this before. Social Security. What happens to all that hard work and all that Social Security benefits that you built up? You are overseas. You've been old enough to receive benefits, and you've been with the lady that you've been with, and let's say she's 31, 30, 32. You guys don't have any kids. But you pass on at 64, 70. What happens? What happens with your Social Security. Two things happen. I've already found out about this. First thing that happens, she's eligible for your Social Security if she's your wife, or you're under common law. Colombia is a common law country. So if a woman can prove that you've been treating her as a wife and you guys have been living under the same roof for 2 years, this is very important, guys. Don't get stuck under Colombiana living in the same house for 2 years, because she does have the right to go down to the courts and fight under common law as if she is your wife. This is a common law country, just like you have common laws in certain states in the United States. Now, let's say you guys are married or common law. Is she eligible for the Social Security? Yes. This is the kicker. Two things have to take place. If she's 32 and you guys have a child, she can automatically start receiving those benefits like the next month. There's a form that you fill out. Well, I already got it downloaded for Andrea. I've already walked her step by step through it. There's a form that she fills out, and the U.S. Embassy and the consulates help her get situated, and she starts receiving benefits if she's had my child. If she has not had my child with Social Security, Andrea, because even though she's 32, she has to wait until she's at least 60 years old to receive my benefits.
It's wild.
Yeah, a lot. I know, right? Even though we're married, Andrea, even though she may even remarry, she still has to wait since she was the last wife of my life. If we didn't have any kids, she has to wait until she turns at least 60 to file for the rest of my benefits. So do realize you guys have to know these things if you're going to be. And the reason why I gave that example is these are just little things that I know because of, being married to a woman in another country, that you guys have to know. What happens to your Social Security if you're in love and she was the last face that you saw? What happens to it? That's what happens. If she's not 60 or you guys don't have any kids and you're in your common law or you're married, she has to wait until she's at least 60 years old. If you got kids, it's immediately. If you don't have any kids together, she has to wait until she's at least 60 years old.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And a lot of income loss. If you think about the value of the policy, what you would get from Social Security at her age and how long she would get it,
And then you have to ask yourself with your investments, because I reached out, for example, not to cut you off, Ronin, I reached out to my Vanguard and my Fidelity accounts. Vanguard has a way to set up your beneficiary and what steps, as well as Fidelity. But I was like, okay, is there anything else that is a form that she needs to fill out or anything? Vanguard actually has a phone number for beneficiaries to call. So upon the loss of my life, we already have that phone number for Andrea to call to be able to get all my Roth IRAs and all my other other investments that are out there as well.
Right. And that's the thing a lot of people neglect. They don't change their policy beneficiaries, or they just forget to fill them out because they were single when they started them.
Yep.
And they just kept the ball rolling. And you don't think about dying, so you don't go back and say, oh, I'm married now. Let me go ahead and add my significant other and my children to the beneficiary form.
Before you go to the next part, Ronin, I just want to speak on this. Guys, we're not just talking about what you're leaving for somebody else. You guys often hear me talk about Andrea and I have insurance policies. Andrea has more policies than I got. So if she passes on before me, I get a chunk of change. What's my point? Andrea's had family members that were the young woman. She was one of Andrea's closest friends was her cousin. Her cousin was the young person who married an older guy. They had 2 kids together. She was the one that passed on, even though she was young. Today is the 10th year anniversary of her passing on. Today just so happened to be the 10th year anniversary. Yeah, me and Andre was having prayer, and she mentioned it during prayer that this was the 10th year. And I know the impact. And so Andrea is so adamant about making sure that I'm taken care of because she lives through the younger person in the relationship dying. So don't think that when we're talking that it's just you looking out for the woman, you looking out for the woman. We're also talking about be prepared with insurance policies regarding the woman that you love in this other country, making sure that she's able to look out for you if she passes on first as well. So me and Andrea are both adamant about looking out for each other. So we were getting our insurance policies and I didn't even know about the other 4 that she had. And I'm looking like, okay, so how much do I get? Okay, how much? All right, I just wanted to make sure. And so then she was telling me about all the other policies that she has. And so you want to make sure that not only are you looking out for that person, but you also want to make sure that you have things set up to where that person, their income, their investments, their pension, because in Colombia it's a pension, not Social Security. that you're putting off into it. You get that as a woman, you start receiving your Social Security / pension at 58. For men, it's 62 here in Colombia. Just like it's in the States. No, men is 60, my bad. And so, no, it's 62. And so you want to make sure that on both ends you guys are looked out for. So as we're sharing this information, don't think that we're talking about, man, y'all just want us to look out for all these women. No, we want you to set things up to where you're looked out for also, because if anything ever happens to that young lady that you're in love with and you've got kids by her, you're going to wish that you had set everything up for her as well as setting everything up for yourself.
And it's not even about that. It's looking out for the stuff that you work so hard to get. What you mean?
Max, this is lifetime.
Here and labor of love, blood, sweat, and tears to grow this legacy that makes you a high value man that you beat your chest about. But you got no protections on where it goes the minute you expire.
Yep.
Paper house. I call that a paper house. That'll burn up with one match.
Say one. That's all it takes.
One. But the other thing, like you were talking about with the insurance part, and we played that, so I'm going to go ahead and talk about this real quick. Partnership, sale, insurance, and mortgage life policies. Okay, those two policies right there. A partnership sale policy is, say you're in business with somebody. Now, you know, maybe your significant other doesn't get along with that person, or that person doesn't get along with your significant other, or you don't get along with your partner's wife either. They can start messing up your whole business, the aspect of it, how it proceeds, how it benefits, and all that if the partner dies. So what you do is you fund this through your partnership and your business. The insurance is paid through your business. It is a business experience. But what it guarantees is once you pass on, the life insurance policy pays out to where the evaluation of the overall business, you get to receive that money from the life insurance policy, which goes to the surviving spouse. They get a lump sum, they're out of the business. They don't get to tell you what to do. Now you are a whole subsidiary owner of that business without your partner, and you're free and clear. Okay. And vice versa, it works if your other partner dies, then you get paid out from the life insurance policy that you give to the spouse to pay them out of ownership. So that's one thing. And then the mortgage life, you're building a nest egg, and yes, we leverage things in order to buy other things. So now you got properties out there in loans. What you should be doing is taking out a life insurance policy against the loan. It's called the mortgage life policy, and it depreciates in value. So if the house you buy is 400 and some thousand, you're going to get a life insurance policy for 400 and some thousand. Every time you pay your premium note, that policy premium starts to drop. Okay. So now it's not 450, it's 420, it's 410. And it keeps going down as you pay your policy. At any given time that you pass on before that house is paid off, the policy kicks in and pays the remainder of the mortgage, thereby leaving the house free and clear and owned by who? Your wife, your significant other, or the trust. But no more do you have to worry about the mortgage not getting paid, because that policy covers the total payment of the loan that's outstanding. So now it can go into the trust, fully funded and owned by the trust. Banks can't come get it unless it's just not being paid by tax. But that trust is going to be funded by the same life insurance policy we just talked about. You can set the life insurance policies to pay into the trust fund. The trust fund then goes out and pays all your taxes as an edict, so that all your assets that you own, property or not, taxes are being funded or paid for through your trust. Okay? You can never lose your property that way. The only thing they can do is eminent domain at that point. Okay? But they can't come and get it off of not paying your taxes because your people didn't know about it. You know? So those are the two things I wanted to talk about with the life insurance policy. There are other policies in order to protect you. or your partner against loss, and to make sure your mortgages are being paid off. Not, oh, I'm going to give you 2 to 4 months living expenses. That's nice. What's nicer is knowing that there's no debt incurred and no debt outstanding once you pass on. And you can do that through that mortgage policy. Okay.
There's a question here for you, Ronin. And it is, shout out to I think it was T-Mac that was asking. I think it was a question for T-Mac, but you can answer it as well. What traveler's insurance do you recommend? Is there, because, and I'll tell you this, the reason why I brought this up is a lot of guys don't know the difference between international health insurance and travel insurance. You know, when you get your visa, you got to get international health insurance to apply for a visa. Most guys think international health insurance and travel insurance is the same thing. International health insurance covers you for that whole year or 2 years, depending on the amount. Travel insurance covers you for that particular trip. And it depends on what they cover you for. So remember, there's international health insurance for most of you guys are going to apply for a visa to live long term in most countries. That international health insurance covers you, and you pay month to month, or you can pay for the full year. But international health insurance, and we have that in the Patreon already, is available for, it covers you for a year to 2 years, just like your insurance covers you in the States. But remember, travel insurance covers you for a certain amount of things, and it only covers you for that trip. So if your trip is for 3 days, your travel insurance covers you for 3 days. And it depends on what it covers you for. If your trip is for 10 days, it only covers you for that 10 days. And it depends on what it covers you for. So quite often travel insurances aren't as thorough as your international health insurance, and it's not as long. Let me hear what you have to say about that also, Ronin, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, you actually did a great job, and there was some programs or some international health insurance policies you brought out during your live. I think it was I Am Global. There was one called World Nomads, and then you recommended another one called SafetyWing.com.
Yep.
Now I used to sell Blue Cross Blue Shield and others. Blue Cross Blue Shield has a global policy that covers you. They're very expensive. So I would say shop around, and you might start off with one, but you might want to migrate to another, because the level of coverage that you would get from Blue Cross, you could get from a local insurance that's an A-rated insurance company in that country that gives you access to the A-rated hospitals and care versus a public hospital or some kind of clinic. And you wouldn't be paying as much because you're paying off of their rate versus, oh, I want to have travel insurance, and you might start off a month, and then all of a sudden you're 6 months to a year in, and you're paying U.S. rates for something that you can get cheaper once you reassess in that country and say, oh, I can get the luxurious suite here for this much, and I'm saving how much from the American policy? Because travel insurance is prorated per day that you're out of the country. It's not the same. It's not the same as having insurance in the United States. You're going to pay 2 to 3 times more for that travel insurance for that short term, because that's what they're thinking. Short term actuarials know you're going to go out and do the most riskiest shit while you're on vacation. Okay. So then they're going to prorate that premium higher than what you would pay if you were in state paying a monthly premium. Okay. So the travel insurance is for short term. Okay. You know, you got to get what you can get, but make sure it has the right coverages. Make sure it has repatriation in it and some other things on your short-term travel health insurance. But I would recommend, like Dre had earlier, those 3 companies, but also get into the country and figure out where the A-rated hospitals are in clinics and doctors, figure out what program they take, and file for that kind of coverage in the country of your choice. But go ahead.
The way that Colombia works, for example, and I believe other countries might work like this too, and I use the word might, guys, you're going to have to do your homework. Colombia works like this. When you are applying for a year visa. You want to live in that country for a year or 2 years. Digital nomad visa, real estate visa, investment visa, whatever it is, right? Colombia and many countries look at you like you're in limbo when it comes to your protection of your body, your health. You're not technically living in the States anymore, but you're technically living in going to be living in Colombia, but your visa hasn't been approved, so you can buy Colombia's visa. So what do you do in that limbo time where you're not going to be technically in the States, but you haven't had an approved visa? What do you do with that month, that time, that window? That's why they tell you to buy international health insurance, because you are technically, you don't own Colombian visa yet. You haven't been approved for a visa. Colombian insurance yet. You have not been approved for a visa. You're still stateside resident. You living in Colombia. You've been here for 60 days, right? You applied for your application. Colombia is like, okay, if anything happens to you in that 60 days or beyond, until you actually buy, for example, we have the best one in the country, SORA. Until you officially have a SORA insurance policy, which could take maybe 3 months for you to go ahead and apply for it and get it approved. If anything happens to you while you're on the land of Colombia, how are you going to get covered without cash? So a lot of guys, because of the cost of living and the rate of exchange, can afford the cash. Cool. But a lot of guys say, I really want to be covered. So that's what international health insurance does. It covers you as soon as you land on that new country. You can buy it while you're in the States, but as soon as you land in that new country and you're applying for a visa and you're waiting for that visa to be approved, now your visa's approved. Now you're hunting around. Now you officially buy regular insurance in that country. What do I do? Which insurance did I buy? Or okay, I want that one. Now you've purchased it. But look, it took you a month and a half to do your research, figure out which insurance. Let's say you're in the Philippines. You're in the Philippines. Which insurance do I get? Do I get this one? Do I get that one? Oh, I slipped and fell playing basketball. I twisted my ankle. What do I do? Yeah, you can pay cash, but if you don't want to pay cash, you have to have international health insurance for that limbo time between you landed in Philippines and you officially have one of the Philippine life insurance, medical insurance coverages.
Both, really?
Yeah, really both. But since I started with the talk about health, I didn't want to be too confusing. So that's what that's for. Another thing that you guys are going to have to realize too, and I know Roland's going to talk about this for his area, there is an age limit on what level of insurance you can get. Your insurance, just like in the States, might be, for example, both of Andre and I are on MetLife, like I mentioned. My coverage is a little higher because I'm 58. She's only 31. So even for the same coverage, which is really great, her month-to-month policy might be a little lower than mine. The other thing that Colombia does here when it comes to health insurance, if you're a big boy, Colombia won't let you get on health insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Get that damn weight off your body. We're not about to cover your fat ass. Seriously, Colombia will tell you if you do a physical and you are too big. Now, I'm not saying that you're a big boy and they go give you no insurance, but if you're obese, Colombia will tell you, a man and a woman, you can. That's why y'all don't see too many fat people in Colombia. You notice that you see a few every once in a while. And when you see somebody fat like that, I promise you, they're not insured in Colombia. They are. Let me not. Say this too.
Yeah, and you're right. They will prorate you. That's what they call it, prorating. Okay, and then the other thing is, they might not necessarily cover you for a pre-existing condition. Yep. So you still might need to carry a first-class insurance, international insurance policy because of pre-existing conditions. Even a lot of travel insurances will not cover you for a pre-existing condition. So you're going to have to pay that out your pocket if something major happens from a pre-existing condition, beside for the things that Dre named off.
So that's why we're saying that's why it's so important to apply for international health insurance. When I post this video on the— yeah, babe, thank you. when I post this particular episode on the Patreon, I'm going to have the listing of in the hyperlinks to the international to several really good international health insurances that guys have used to apply for their visas with us as well as other agencies, including all the ones that Ronin was mentioning that we talked about before in the past. So, and I'm going to, in each one of them, I'm going to have information about the insurance company, and I'm going to put down why I chose this list. It's easy for me to give you a list of insurance policies or companies, and you're like, okay, why did you give me these instead of these over here, Dre?
Mhm.
I'm going to have down there the why these particular policies work best with expats, guys and ladies that want to relocate outside the United States. But do remember, guys, it's very important that you realize what the policies are in each country. For example, once you come to Colombia and you get an approved visa, one of the reasons, like Ronin was saying, why you want to keep your international health insurance is this. Even after you can buy a Colombian visa, is this reason. Thank you, Sexy Boo. Cafe. Now I'm here with Ronin enjoying some cafe.
Yeah, I'm almost getting ready to get a refill here.
I know, right? And one of the things that you guys are going to have to realize that in Colombia, there's an age cutoff for your insurance level. Under 60 years old, I always recommend pay for the best of the best of the best insurance. Why? It's only like $150 to $200 a month anyway. You get house calls, you get free surgeries. Like I said, my copay every time we go
You
to the
would
doctor.
never get that in America without paying thousands of dollars in premium.
Oh, I know, right? I've had 2 surgeries, 0 copay. And so, but here's the kicker, Ronin, that a lot of guys don't know. That's why you have to know the country's policies. Once you hit 60, you can't change your policy level. So so if you come to Colombia at 58, trying to be cheap, I'll get the cheap one. You know, you've been approved for your visa. You've been hunting around Colombia for the best insurance. You say, you know what? I'm healthy. I'm good. Let me just get any policy. Don't do that. First of all, Colombia's money exchange allows you to have the best of the best for next to nothing. But if you do that and you hit 60 years old, you can't sit back and say, oh, I'm getting older now, let me get the best of the best policy. It's too late. You're stuck on that level that you purchased. That's how Colombia works. So for me, for example, since I purchased the best of the best in this country, once I turn 60, I'm gonna always be on the best of the best of the best level. But for some of you guys, you're gonna come to Colombia and be cheap with your life insurance and your health insurance policy, and you're gonna be stuck on cheap level for the rest of your life in Colombia. And then you're gonna have to lean on international health insurance to kind of like work hand in hand with that. So just give you a heads up on the policies are different in different countries. United States don't care how big you are. They'll cover you with insurance because they're trying to get that money. Colombia doesn't play that. If you got pre-existing conditions or you got pre-existing obesity that's going to cause conditions to come down the line that everybody knows that if you're too big, certain things are going to happen to your health as you get older. Colombia is like, we're not going to cover that. Once you lose the weight, come back and see us. That's how Colombia works.
Yeah. Pre-existing conditions is a big one. And one of the things that Obama law kind of took away from prorating. That's why in health insurances back then, with Obama care was cheaper because pre-existing conditions went away. The age thing went away. There were limits on policies back in the day. I don't know if you remember certain movies where they were always talking about you hit your maximum policy amount. Those all went away with that program, which made it great, but the minute Donald Trump started messing with that whole situation, that's why your health insurance policies have skyrocketed.
Oh, yeah.
He took away those protections, to allow those health insurance companies to start overcharging again for your pre-existing conditions. You know, believe me, a health insurance business is a worthwhile investment. You know, a lot of wealthy individuals make their living off of health insurance policies. They're leveraging your debt. Actuarials are very good at predicting how long you're going to live based on your height, weight, your job function, all these different factors. There's a whole mathematical system when it comes to actuarial work in the business and how long you're going to live. So that's one thing you have to pay attention to, your pre-existings. And like I said, find the best policy in the country you're in. Aside for the ones we know that work internationally, find a good local one that gives you grade A prime service. No matter what you pay over here, is way less than what you would pay for an HMO program in America per month.
True.
So go ahead and splurge in your own mind and get the quality. Like Dre said, once you hit a certain age, if you didn't pay into the program, it's like the more you pay, the more they trust you that you're in good health and all that. If you're a brand new client and all of a sudden they know you're getting older, it means you're gonna start leveraging their system more. You're gonna start using their product more, and they're gonna have to pay out more to whoever you're going to. They're gonna run your rate up. They're not in the business to lose money. They're in the business of not paying out and make money. And that's what I said, not paying out. That's the game. They don't want to pay you for shit. That's why even when you go to file an insurance claim, there's an argument. Not that it didn't happen. It's like, well, should we pay for this, or is this something that you caused? How do I cause getting sick? You know, that's the environment. That's a whole bunch of other things. You know, I don't even have genetic markers for inheriting cancer. That's environmental. But they'll blame it on your family line somehow.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, we can go back to the slides.
Okay. Good points, man. Hope you guys are taking something away from this, man, because this is excellent information. Go ahead, Ronin.
So in America, and I'm going to reference America a lot because, like I said, different countries have different rules. The way your asset transfers goes through probate court. Once you pass probate court, it passes directly to whoever. And then there's a mixed way of handling certain things, especially when it comes to foreign real estate, other government agencies getting involved, and everything else. You want the best type of exchange from your wealth and your assets being transferred to the person that you wanted to have. Okay, so when you start getting into having a foreign wife or foreign children, now they're access points. They got to prove certain things in order to have access. And until then, they're locked out. Unless you have these mechanisms like we talked about with trust. If you have a life insurance policy, naming them directly. If you have PODs on your bank account that allows them access to the money right off the bat. Other than that, these systems that are built to lock you out and not give you access, one, have a lot of fees and a lot of government regulations and things and hurdles that you got to jump through. So that's a delay plus money for them before your family gets access to the money. All the while, all your assets and everything else that still need payments being made to them, unless you have policies like the mortgage agreement, unless you have a policy where if you had a partner, that policy is already paid out, the partner's paid your significant other, and they have money to live off of. So many different variables come in. That's why I said actuarial work ain't no joke. They predict every factor that can possibly be calculated. Okay. So again, like I said, named beneficiaries. You got to be named in the trust, and the trust has an executor. You can hire a firm. You can hire a whole bunch of different things that are going on as far as a trusted attorney. You can have a family member as the executor of the trust or the administrator of the trust that ekes out how things are paid out. But if you play that next slide, this kind of ties it all together. I mean, the video, the one closest to the slide.
Okay, cool. You talking about the last one with the guy on it?
Yeah, the one with the guy and the lady sitting at the table.
Okay.
A monthly payment to you on the first of every month from the trust. This protects the principal. You are not spending the core of the estate every time a bill arrives. Not just fast cash, Treasury manages the distributions. You receive the income. The estate stays intact for you and your children long term.
The difference between an estate that lasts and one that is gone in 3 years.
That's a good
So
point.
now you have a revocable trust. Like I said, if you've done this right and you've structured everything right, all your assets, all the things you own are all titled into this trust funding. Okay. So that means they have, or the executor has, immediate access once he files paperwork on your death to all those resources, all those accounts, aside for the ones you gave her direct beneficiary to, whether that be your life insurance policy, your bank accounts, or whatever. Okay, that she has her name on. Okay. Now, even if she has her name on it, it's still an asset. And if it's not outright owned by the trust, it still can go to probate court. Because you have relatives that want to be paid and they want their quarter of fucking skin and weight off of your body, even though you're dead. You owe them. And they're going to harass the one that you really love and that you really meant to have the money. They're going to harass her to give it to you or your children. Okay. Don't think it's going to go by quietly in the night. Your family knows how much you make. You know who you trust in your family and who you don't. You know who's greedy in your family. You know what aunt, uncle, cousin, at any time or place, they will turn or try to scheme to try to get you to give them money because they know you're well off. That will not stop. That's why you have in our society right now, every famous black man that marries outside of their race, oh, you're transferring wealth. What's Dr. Umar's favorite thing? Oh, you're transferring wealth into that community.
My brother Kenny says, he said, that's what I'm going through now. He said, probate for my late mother's property.
Mm-hmm.
And Bobby, and just to let Bobby and anybody else know that, once again, if you guys shoot me an email tonight, let me go right here. Shoot me an email tonight. This is my email address. Tonight or tomorrow morning, I'll make sure that you guys get a copy of these slides. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at my copy of what you guys are. That's why I keep turning it this way, because I'm looking at my copy of those slides, those exact slides that Ronin created for us. Shout out to Ronin for that. And so I'll be able to give you a copy of my copy of the exact same slides. Just shoot me an email, guys. No cost or anything. And these slides will be going on the Patreon as well for this particular video once I upload it.
Yeah, and even the slides I sent you earlier were way too detailed. I mean, we were going into a whole bunch of the legal ease because of 4-day. And since this is just me and you and not 4-day, then I don't have to go that deep with it. But 4-day will give you all the legal T's and C's and try to dig you into that area that you don't necessarily, that layer you don't need to go to right away. So this is why I'm saying I'm giving you surface level to try to keep you guys entertained, because a lot of people don't want to sit through this. Okay. So the two lanes of survival is immediate cash and then long-term control. You want to have a pathway to both. Okay. Especially you have a significant other, you have kids. You want to make sure they're being provided for immediately and not relied upon the family and at their will or leverage, because family like to use leverage on you. Okay, so the POD, okay, that's the one that they get automatic access to. That's your bank accounts. That's the life insurance policy. It takes days if they have a death certificate. Okay. Okay. Now, like Dre said, I would carry life insurance policy in both countries. Both countries. Okay. So if you're living in the Philippines, you're living in Colombia, get a life insurance policy in that country. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because it's easier for her to get a death benefit or death certificate in her country real quick so that she can file that with a life insurance company and get her payout. Okay. The one in America is going to take a while because all that has to be certified. Some documents have to be translated, and then it has to be sent over to U.S. consulate. And then the U.S. life insurance policy will kick in upon all that being verified to pay her out. But in that country, it's a lot easier to get that death benefit for that country done and over with so she can submit and get additional monies besides for what you set aside in the POD. Now, if you have a trust set up, all those things start to fund the trust. And then, like you saw just a minute ago, matter of fact, let's just go ahead and play this last video. And that'll talk about exactly what I'm about to get into.
Okay, let's play this. Okay, is there one more video?
Yeah, it's just that last one sitting there with the two people at the table.
I thought I showed that one.
A monthly
bad.
payment to you on the first of every month from the trust. This protects the principal.
Right.
You're not spending the core of the estate every time a bill
Right.
arrives. Just fast cash treasury manages the distribution.
Is this the one?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
let me bring it.
Yeah, that's the one. I thought I loaded another one, but maybe that is the last one. But go ahead.
Inside the trust, there is a distribution schedule. A monthly payment to you on the first of every month from the trust. This protects the principal. You're not spending the core of the estate every time a bill arrives. Just fast cash treasury manages the distributions. You receive the income. The estate stays intact for you and your children long term.
The difference between an estate that lasts and one that is gone in 3 years.
Inside the trust, there is a distribution schedule.
Okay.
So that is the big thing, is the trust has the wealth. So then whoever's your executor, whatever firm you'll set up or person that you set up that you trust to execute your rules within the trust, that's how that gets done. They also pay the bills. They pay all the taxation on your property and your assets so that they can't be reclaimed by a bank or country or state or country, because that's how they reclaim land after you own it. And that's why they say you never really own land, because you're still subject to what? State, federal taxes on your land or state tax on your land. And they can always come and get that. If you don't pay after so many years, they can put a lien against your property and take it. So that's how you're protected on your assets. Other than that, we're going to go through this next one here. We're on slide 10 to 13. There was 17. So Social Security survivor benefits. This is the big one. Okay. How does it work? Who's getting it? How they're getting it? And Dre, you gave a perfect example of how that works for you in Colombia with your wife. If something was to happen, you guys are married, and if you have a child, she instantly gets that money right away. She doesn't have to wait. If she doesn't, then she would have had to wait until she was at least retirement age. But 62, you said, in Colombia?
Yeah, but actually, it's 60 for her as a foreigner, because here in Colombia, retirement is at. It's kind of funny how it's set up. Retirement is at 60 here, so I guess they're going by the policy here in regards to 60. But in regards to the policy itself, or my security itself, she can't. If we have kids, she can get it immediately. But if we don't have kids, even if she remarried, but she was the last person that I was married to, she has to wait until she's 60. Even if I was already receiving Social Security checks, she would have to wait till 60.
Restart.
It would stop and restart. It would stop because I passed.
The government don't want to even give up the money they owe you.
I know, right? And then would the Social Security trust be even there once Andre turned 60? You know,
right? And see, I sent you a video earlier this week where Sunshine Shoulders here in the Philippines was trying to do something similar. He makes enough money in his retirement that he doesn't need a Social Security check, so he was just trying to attach his daughter to a bank account that had the Social Security money going to it. So if something happened to him, his daughter is attached to that bank account that's constantly getting the Social Security funds. And the Philippines took him through a round robin type of situation. You got to go back to your U.S. embassy and get this form and that form. He goes, I got it all right here. What do you mean? This is my daughter. You know, but every system has its own thing. And then you got to worry about who you're talking to within that system and whether they're knowledgeable or not, or they're going to see you running around. That's why it's better to have representation in every country you're in when it comes to legal matters, because at the end of the day, it's just going to make things a lot smoother when it comes to implementing what you have planned, because all plans go awry when things don't go the way you think they're supposed to go. And I can tell you, here in the Philippines, the government works really, really slow, but they make you pay for fast access, even though you're not getting anything fast.
Yeah, it's the same thing here in Colombia. You know, things will go slow unless you have everything in order. I want you to do me a favor, Ronin, in regards to the topic of trust. This is very important. One of the misconceptions of a trust is people think that I've got to be a millionaire, because it's sold to us like it's something that only the rich talk about. Television, the rich only talk about it. The wealthy only discuss it. Those that are in economically in of the intelligentsia talk about it. But when it comes to everyday people, they don't. We average people have not had the financial wherewithal, as far as knowledge is concerned, to know that this is not just a rich people thing that we're talking about. I just want you to speak on that and encourage guys to realize it's not about age, it's not about economics, it's about long-term need. Because even the Bible says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children's children in the book of Proverbs.
Right. And the biggest thing I would have to say is maybe we had it and we lost it from Black Wall Street and whatever. The ones that had the knowledge, they killed off. And then with this generation that's been proliferated over the last 40, 50 years, nobody's transferring down any kind of financial knowledge, nor is it being taught in schools. If you're in a private school, I guarantee you're being taught it. You know, if you're in a public school, why should you be taught it? You don't rate, all you're going to do is be a factory worker. So they think. You know, but the biggest thing is, financial literacy is a big problem in the Black community, where things that should be obvious are not so obvious. Captain Obvious is not in the room when it comes to our money. And we're short-term thinkers. There's a lot of countries that are like that. Think about right now, the here and now. I want it, I want it, I want it. Not that I need to put my nuts in the tree and save them for a rainy day type of mentality. You know, or we're procrastinators. Oh, I'm going to get that life insurance policy. Oh, I have this life insurance policy with my company, but you left that company. So your life insurance policy stopped when you left that company, go to another one. Did you go fill out another form? Did you go get another life insurance policy? Most likely not, because you're just trying to pinch a couple pennies. But again, like I said, nobody knows the time or place when you're going to pass away. So you were gambling. I can tell you one of my mentors told me a long time ago when I was training and learning the insurance game. He's like, Alex, you need to tell everybody that you train and some of your clients. A life insurance policy is the quickest transfer of wealth you could ever do for your family or even yourself. Nowhere in the world can you go into a bank with no assets, no resources or nothing and pull out $3 to $5 million or even more. With a stroke of a pen, a life insurance policy gives you access to that kind of wealth.
True.
Not for you independently, but to your legacy. So you should be leveraging out life insurance access, period, whether it be long-term or even short-term policies, you know, but you should be going out and getting life insurance policies no matter what. Matter of fact, when you go to get loans, like Dre was saying, even in Colombia, first thing they say is, do you have a life insurance policy? Why? Yep. Because they know once you die, that policy or that loan is going to get paid back. That's the whole idea behind the mortgage life insurance policy or partnership sale policy. You know, which is funded through the company, which means it's 100% free to you because you get to write it off as what? Business expense for covering the sale of your business to your partner's wife or to you, whichever. You know, so you guys really have to think about, why do we have an aversion to wanting to save money or feel like it's something that we don't deserve? But yet, and so everybody else is entitled to it. Why do you think like that? Really dig down deep, and who taught you to think like that? Who taught you to have a limited mindset when it comes to how you save, how you earn, and how you protect your resources and your legacy? Because you need to break that programming and break it today. Because like I said, you're not promised tomorrow. So get behind what you have for as resources right now. A lot of you guys are already six-figure earners. A lot of you guys have crypto accounts. A lot of you guys have bank accounts with huge amounts of money in it. Whether you have a Fidelity account or whatever, do you have a beneficiary lined out in your policies right now, in your investment firm? With your crypto, do you have a contingency plan that once you die, if something was to happen tomorrow, you got sideswiped by a car, you died of pneumonia. Damn, there's Ebola going on in freaking Africa right now.
Right.
You know, you don't know what's going to hit you and where it's going to come from. What is that movie called? There's 1,000 Ways to Die in the Old West.
Yep.
More than that, just living every day and breathing. especially if you're a traveler, because you're being exposed to certain things that culture is used to. Certain amoebas and microparticles, they're used to it. That's why they can drink their water, you can't. You get diarrhea instantly. Get bit by a mosquito, next thing you know, you laid out, sweating. But they're used to it. You don't know what's going to get you and how it's going to get you. If you guys don't start planning right now, then whoever, greedy uncle, cousin, aunt, whatever, has been looking at you, and you know you got them. You got family members of your family right now are hating on you, just waiting for your demise to either celebrate it or to take it from you. At the least, that's beside for what's going on out in the world. You got family members that want yours, and you haven't done anything to protect it. Why? Why do you have that mindset? You work so hard for it.
And the crazy, the saddest part is that you're living outside the country and you haven't lived in the States in years, and there are people that are hunting after your proceeds. I think a lot of times let me pull myself back up. A lot of times we make the mistake of thinking, guys, you're 32. I hear what these guys are saying, but they're talking to the guys that's in their 50s. No, we aren't. We aren't. We've given several stories of guys that, come on, we don't even have to talk about Colombia, how many guys that are passed on messing with pay for play that were not old. Were those guys financially ready when they allowed those women to their Airbnb? Let's be for real. In Brazil, when you let that woman into your Airbnb, were you ready when she drugged you? You weren't. Now you're gone. And the people who don't even talk to you in your family will be the same ones that are trying to get some of your proceeds that you work so hard for. They'll love you then. Now that everybody wants a piece of your money. We're trying to prepare you when it comes to relocating, not just to buying the furniture or meeting a young lady in another country or where's the best foods. We're preparing you guys for that, but we're also preparing you. Let me say something, Ronin, and I know you can attest to this. One of the things that give me peace about being in another country is not just that country. It's not just because my US dollar goes along a lot further. It's not just because I'm not dealing with police brutality and the foolishness that may be back home or your high gas prices. One of the things that gives me peace overseas, Ronin and guys, is that I am insured and my woman is insured. That gives me so much peace, especially as a Black man that has seen in my family and in some of y'all families what it's like to have a family roundtable or a family version of a GoFundMe because Auntie so-and-so died and she didn't have any coverage. So when we say we want to go to these other countries and have peace, it's not just because I want to be away from the modern woman. And it's not just because I want to be away from the political back and forth battles in the United States, but the peace is also, you want to make sure upon your leaving this planet Earth that the people who are on your team are well taken care of. You know, you can't take it with you, but at least you can be at peace that, like I said, the Bible says your children's children will be well taken care of. And I give you a perfect example before I let Ronin speak. You guys know I was an academic college recruiter for 20 years. Everybody came in to get Pell Grant scholarships, and as well as other FAFSA benefits. One lady walked in one day with her daughter, wanted to get into the nursing program. Daughter had great grades, so we were able to get her in. She was the only woman that pulled out and was able to basically cut the check. In the conversation we had as I was showing them the campus, she said the reason why she was able to cut the check without a scholarship, without anything else, it was because there was an uncle in her family that had set up a trust. In that trust, a part of it was you guys cannot just come get money whenever you want to, but anybody in this family that wants to go to college, the trust will pay for it. And so as the monies and the interest rate and the compounds were growing because of the trust was making money by way of investments, that trust kept having money go off into it. And so he didn't cover, yeah, you can buy a Lamborghini. He didn't cover, yes, you can buy a house. But any family member, as long as that trust existed, years upon years after that uncle died, any family member, their college was completely covered. That young lady's nursing program was completely covered by an uncle who she had never met before. Her mom's uncle.
Great uncle.
So when we're talking about how important a trust is, and you ain't got to be a rich dude to start it.
Nope.
You don't have to be a rich dude to start it.
It grows stronger over time, even.
Yeah. What do the Rockefellers always say? Own nothing, control everything, because they have insurance and because they have trust. What did Jay-Z say? I can't help them if I'm one of them. I can't help the poor if I'm one of the poor. I can't help them if I'm one of them. So guys, take this information that we're sharing with you guys and apply it, and don't assume that you're either too young to start applying it and building on the trust now, or you just ain't got enough money to set up and get insurance or life insurance or a trust now. I'm telling you guys, the peace that I have, if anything happens to me, man, feels so good. Because I'm gonna tell you something, Ronin, I was kind of worried for a couple of years because I had insurance policies for the States, but I wasn't sure if it covered me, my insurance policies, and the headaches that Andrea was gonna go through if I passed on and I had American only insurance policy. So now that I have insurance policies here upon my demise, I'm like, okay, I'm good now. I'm dancing in the streets now. It feels so good as a Black man to know that every month, and I have whole life insurance. So,
yeah, we're gonna talk. I need to tell you about that.
Okay, talk to me. Talk to me, because we might have to make some. I have no problem with learning to make adjustments.
Yeah. But let me say this: Warren Buffett, Howard Hewitt, Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, they all own insurance and insurance companies. Do you know what the thing about an insurance company is? Before they give you one policy, they must have that much money that they're going to cover you with, liquidity wise.
Oh, wow.
So tell you something here. How many people do you think they have policies on? That means they have cash assets that they can access immediately. They can't leverage one against the other in order to sell you a policy. Whatever policy, whether it's 3 million, 5 million, 6 million, whatever the policy is that you take out, before that company can issue it, they got to have that in liquidity, not in investments. There's huge sums of money owned by insurance companies. When the last depression hit, the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, all they did was leverage loans against their life insurance policies or their policies, period. There's a tax code in the U.S. IRS. To take a loan against a life insurance policy is your money. You don't pay taxation back. It's free money. That's yours. Okay. Now, I say loan option for a reason. You really don't pay it back in some policies till you die, and they just leverage against your death benefit. That's a policy that they have out there. Or the IUL. Look it up. You'll thank me later. You might not put so much into your 401k if you know about that one. But just to let you know, even the wealthiest individuals in this country own and leverage their life insurance policies, period, in times of downturn or famine or whatever. They don't use their money. They leverage against their life insurance policy.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. You want to continue on with the slides, or do you want to give me advice on whole life? I think you were going to, I don't know what you're going to say. Go ahead. Ronin? I think Ronin froze for a second, gentlemen. Hope I didn't freeze on you. Let me take a look. I'm going to drop Ronin down for a second. And then he'll be able to come back up. So I'm going to drop him from the studio for a second. Then he'll be able to come back up. But I know he's broadcasting from his channels as well. But guys, I pray that this information that we're sharing with you guys, that you're going to go back and watch this video again, that you're going to sit back and say, you know what? My insurance policy, just a regular term life policy, is like $25, $50, $100 a month. Listen, if I cut back on some of my beers, I can go ahead and give me a regular inexpensive term life insurance that covers me for $50,000, $100,000. Start there. You don't have to start with, yes, I have $1 million, $2 million in coverage. You don't have to start there. And when it comes to investments, man, you can start with $5, $10, $50 a month going into your Fidelity or your Vanguard account. Vanguard holds the two largest financial holders on the planet: BlackRock, Vanguard. BlackRock controls over 13 to 14 trillion dollars in buying power assets. Number 2 in line, Vanguard, at 10 to 11 trillion dollars of asset control. So when I say get with Vanguard, set you up or Fidelity, set you up an account, start putting off a little bit of investment monies here and there, and then it'll grow. You start putting in $25 a month, then it'll grow, and now you're putting in $100 a month. Do you know that a lot of rich people only live off of, they put themselves in a position where they only live off of about 60% of their income? I was watching Shaq. Shaq say, I only use for myself 25% of my income. That's what he spends. He said, every time I'm making money, I do not spend all my money. I put far more weight in investments, in building businesses, in buying businesses, than I do in spending. So guys, I'm telling you, you can afford it. As long as there's somebody out there buying season tickets, I know Americans can afford it. As long as somebody's out there buying Beyonce tickets, I know you guys can afford it. I know times tight. Times are tight. If times are so tight, how come we always can afford to buy $15 lattes at Starbucks? Y'all say times tight. You know, y'all Americans told me that times are tight, and I believe you. Let me pull my brother Ronin back up, and I believe you. But at the end of the day, do realize, and if you want me to, Ronin, I could pull up a screenshot of the slides if you want me to.
I think I can still load them. I just
okay.
You know, Philippines internet just will stop you from being great, brother.
Welcome to that island life.
I'm thinking about really getting that the satellite one.
The Elon Musk one.
Yeah,
the star something. I forget what it is.
Starlink. Thank you, Starlink.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, I kid you not. You don't have to start with much. We just have a habit of looking at those that have a lot, and we assume that we have to start with a lot. You know, in the Black community, we always say scared money don't make no money. This is not about scared money. It's not about starting with a whole pool of money. It's about just when you get ready to move to another country, your peace is not just going to be because you got a good woman. You're eating healthy foods. You live on an island. You live in a nicer city than you did in the States. I promise you, a part of your peace will be that you've got everything set up for the day that you pass on, and you ain't got to worry about it. That feels good. And I won't lie to you guys. That gives me so much peace to not be scared to pass on, because I know Andrea will be taken care of, and our future children will be taken care of. And speaking of another trust, Ronin, as many of you guys know, I was incarcerated for 10 years. Up on my passing, a part of the distribution of my grandfather's trust, I mean, upon my release from prison, I didn't know this was going to happen. I think you've heard me tell this story. 6 months before I was released from prison, I'm ready to apply for jobs. I got my resume set up. I'm good. I'm one of the people that just, focused when I was in prison, right? I had a check for $20,000 waiting for me in 1999. A check for $20,000 waiting for me. Why? Because my grandfather down in Tennessee had a trust and had insurance. And part of the distribution of that trust was to release a certain amount of money and a certain amount of land to his children. So I got, when the day that I walked out of prison, I got $20,000 check and I got 12 acres of land in Tennessee. And I still own that land to this day.
That's awesome. That is the best gift you could ever get. Land? Bruh.
Land. Yep.
Come on. I mean, the cash is nice, but the land is better.
Yeah.
You can tell I'm a land guy. I want something tangible, something I can touch, taste, and feel.
Right.
It's going to be around for a while,
And my grandfather wasn't a rich dude. He was just a regular Southern man with some land, and he inherited because his father's father and his father's brother were the first two brothers in their region of Cedar Hill, Tennessee, to buy land post-slavery. So once they were freed, they made some negotiations with that particular land owner, and when he passed on, they inherited like 200 acres of land. They were able to purchase even more land. So as time went down, of course, you got more siblings. So the land and the trust kind of like split. So by the time it got down to me, it wasn't like I was able to get 200 acres of land. I was able to get my little 12 acres. My sister was, and my other sisters were, able to get theirs, as well as other individuals on the other sides of the family were able to get. And we come from a tobacco family. We farmed tobacco for all those years, and so it's. I understand exactly what you're talking about. How the average everyday person can have a trust. And speaking of land, guys, some of you guys plan on buying some inexpensive land in Colombia, in Panama, in the Philippines, in a lot of, like, if you watch the YouTube channel, Our Rich Journey, that black couple went to Portugal. They own several Airbnbs in Portugal now. So they've got two daughters. The daughters are right around 20 now. So now they've got a trust, they've got a will, they've got insurance, and they've got land and Airbnbs to leave those daughters in Portugal. Just a regular couple. We're not talking about, yes, and they are balling. No, they started from nothing like the rest of us. They were a broke California couple that had just finished law school and didn't know how they're going to pay their bills. That's how Our Rich Journey started off. Two young black people in their mid to late 20s, college debt, broke, and now look at them now. They got life insurance, they got wills, but they definitely have a trust set up. So I'm telling you guys from experience, if you plan on buying land in all these apartments and condos in other countries, and get a great bang for your buck, you might not want to just go to probate. And in many cases, you might not want to go to your ex-wife or your wife who you have back in the States who you haven't seen in years. Because if you buy an apartment in Colombia, and I'm going to let Ronin continue after this, if you buy an apartment in Colombia, guys, for you guys that weren't here earlier, and you are still married to a woman in the States, Colombia will make sure that your ex-girlfriend, or I mean not ex-girlfriend, but your current wife, who you haven't slept with in 20 years in the States, she has first rights to everything that your Colombian girlfriend took care of you with. Your Colombian girlfriend was there with you from day one for 20 years. You loved her. Y'all may even had a kid together. All of it. The first rights of refusal of all your property, your house in Colombia, your apartment in Colombia, your land in Colombia, your car in Colombia, whatever you own in Colombia, and whatever you built up while you was with that Colombiana for 20 years in investments throughout crypto and other stock investments, that money first, the first person they're going to go to is your wife back in the States, who you haven't slept with for years, because according to Colombian policy, she gets first dibs. And this is why I keep trying to tell you dudes, if you're going to move to another country, clean your slate. Go downtown, file for that divorce. Get you an attorney. It's really simple. You ain't been with that woman. You ain't going back. She don't want you to come back. File for that divorce in the States, because I'm telling you, that playing around, talking about we're separated, is going to come back to bite some of you dudes. If you land in the wrong country and you're living there for years and you don't want that woman who cheated on you in the States to get any of your money 20, 30 years from now, she will in certain countries, because you did not divorce her. Therefore, that country, including Colombia, gives her the first right of refusal regarding anything that you will ever own. And that woman who took care of you to the day that you died in the Philippines or in Colombia or in Brazil, she will not get a dime, including your child that you had in Brazil or Colombia or the Philippines.
You know what, as you're talking, I'm just sitting here thinking, we are so quick to want to boast, be the first to get something done, but we don't go back and reinforce anything that got us there. You'll build, build. Don't reinforce it. Reinforcement means protect it. You'll get it all. You'll project all that success, like I said, being a high value man, as they say, however you value yourself, whether it be in wealth or other things. But then you don't reinforce it and protect it.
Mm-hmm. And I kid you not, I'm sitting back watching Andre's family buy, and since I've been here, I've been watching these people buy apartments, buy land, build on land. So when I'm sitting back, I'm telling you guys, if I'm seeing everyday Colombians do it in this family, that is nothing but motivation for me to do the exact same thing. I'm in a family of people that buy land, that buy apartments, and build on land. It's in my blood now, because it's part of the family. That's what they do here. In Andrea's family, I mean, on both sides of the family, this side of the family, they own a whole apartment complex on dad's side. On mom's side, they own 2 or 3 fincas, villas. They own land outside of Medellin and even other small towns. All throughout Cali, her family owns all type of apartments and Airbnbs. These are just regular, everyday people. And guess what? Just like Ronin said, they make sure that they are covered with their insurance and their trusts. We're just talking about people that I talk to and drink aguardiente alcohol with all the time, just regular folks. So if these regular people in Colombia knows how to do this to cover their assets, how much more we who come from a truly capitalistic society should know to cover up our home, our hard-earned work. All right, you ready with the slides?
I'm not sure if that's the slide. I added another slide right there by my head.
I see 2 slides.
And you know what? I was on another panel. Yeah, go to the other one. The one that's not the same color. Yeah. I did a hypothetical the other day on a live, and I ran the infographic real quick. If the government and all the different systems that were put in place, from redlining to the things that would hinder us as a people, were not there, where would we be in 2026? How much better and where would we rank? What would be the difference? If you look at that third stack over there, the shift from current population rank, that's not going to change much. Income rank would have changed. Wealth rank would have changed. Ownership base would be a hell of a lot stronger than we are now. Intergenerational transfer of wealth would be so deep. Like you said, your great-great-grandfathers and people of your family were able to obtain over 200 acres of land, and that's proliferated itself down to your family. But that would be even greater if there was no interference. And local business density, we would be so strong. But again, it's our limited thinking that stopped us from being this way, regardless of whether the government was in our way or not. And we got to break that cycle. That's why these conversations are so important. You guys got to start loving these conversations, not the Jerry Springers and all the other stuff in the other rooms. Wealth building, legacy building. Those things are the things that are going to carry your family far after conversations are done. And the immediate gratification of making fun of somebody is gone. This is where you should be. These are the things you should be thinking about. How do you protect all that stuff you want to brag about? Anybody in these other rooms talking about that? Anybody trying to teach you, hey, I know you say you 6 figures or you're a millionaire and all that. What are you doing to protect it all? Who's getting it after you go on? Half of y'all in this room already say you don't even trust your family members. So we already know this. But if you don't put anything in place, those same family members will take care of everything you took so hard and long to build while they sat back and watched you grow. You want them to have a share of it? If you don't, you better start doing something.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Let me know if you want to add the other slide.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go back there. We're down to the last two anyway. I'm kind of dragging right now. Tax compliance and factors, and your wife and you guys can talk about that all day long. But she's a CPA. I'm not anymore, so I don't really touch those things. But those are factors. You have different taxation laws based on the country you're in, aside for the ones you got to deal on the federal level. The thing that's going to protect you more so than not from all those taxational laws, most likely, are going to be having a trust where nothing changes beside who's running it. You run your own trust when you're alive, but once you die, your executor and everybody else administrates it, but everything else is exactly the same. There's no transfers and probate and none of these other things that give access to the government of taxing it while it's being done. So everything stays status quo. Okay. Like I said, a consulate can and cannot do certain things. This is the breakdown of what a consulate can and cannot do.
Oh yeah, let's walk through that.
For her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let me blow this up real quick for myself because I'm blind.
So I'm pretending with my glasses off.
What can a consulate help you with? They can notify your next of kin that you passed away. Wow. Yeah. They can set up and issue a crota, which is the certificate saying that you are dead, to the consulate. And once it gets to the American consulate, guess what? Then probate can get involved and some other things can get involved. Life insurance policies can be filed. And that might take a while depending on how fast or slow the country is that you died in. And believe me, there should be greasing of palms involved in getting this stuff done earlier. If you're opposed to doing those things, then go ahead and wait the regular amount of time.
I know, right?
But expect to have to pay to get some stuff done. You know what I mean? Provide a list of local funeral homes. And like I said, even if you have repatriation insurance, all that does is cover you from that home of record. And I ran the numbers earlier. It's up to 15,000, 20,000 in some cases. But that stops just to get you to the border inside the United States to a funeral home or a mortuary or someplace that accepts foreign bodies or American citizens that died into their facility. Now you have to arrange from that facility to your home of record. It's not, oh, you get to jump all the way back to your home of record. No, it's get you back into the borders of the United States, then whatever extra arrangement it is to transfer your body from there to your home of record where you want to be buried. That's a lot of hoops. I hope you guys are not averse to having cremation. Just what are you doing with your body anyway? I'm gonna tell you this. My brother is buried in a mausoleum right now in Kansas. Okay. I barely have any time to go and go back to that mausoleum to even see my brother. Obviously, I'm in the Philippines. Even when I wasn't, I was in Texas or some other state. My mom's about to probably leave. She's 82 years old. So that body is going to be there, or that coffin or that mausoleum is going to be there. And nobody in the direct family will ever go and see that thing. What are you keeping that for? To document you've been here? Leave a legacy. Leave a trust. Be a philanthropist. Put out, different funds for people to take advantage of, like college and things.
Right.
If you don't have children.
Scholarship.
If you have children, your legacy is your children. Why do you need to leave a marker? Have a marker on your land. And here's a tip. Guess what? If you own a lot of land, if you set aside a portion of that land and make it a family cemetery, you know what? They can never reclaim your land. It's now a family cemetery. Yep. Go look up your cemetery laws and land ownership and see if it doesn't change the way you own your land. They can't reclaim your land once you have family buried on it. Some old law in the books. But go take a look in your country to see if that applies. There's a lot of people that have little burial plots set aside on the land somewhere that makes and protects the rest of the land that's owned. You got to know your limitations in your country. You got to know your limitations in the state that you own land in. Because again, like I said, you don't really own your land. Anything that can be leveraged in taxation and taken away from you, or eminent domain and being taken away from you, do you truly own it after 30, 40 years? Because you're constantly still paying taxes on it, right? I'm leveraging it because Texas gives me a benefit for being a disabled veteran at 100%. I don't ever get taxed on my land that I own there. Why wouldn't I buy? That's true ownership without fear of somebody coming and grabbing it later. But even when you own land in the United States, you have a fear that somewhere, somehow, somebody neglects doing something like paying taxes. Even after you're gone, they can reclaim everything you worked so hard for just being irresponsible. That's the point of the trust. The trust dictates and gives you control, even after you're long gone, on who benefits from everything you blood, sweat, and tears grew from nothing. You have control. Not your siblings, not your kids even. Some kids are ungrateful. They don't appreciate things. Kids are entitled nowadays. They don't know how hard you work to get it. So they'll blow it away if you don't give it. Give it a context or direction. That's the whole idea behind the trust. It dictates, like you saw in that little video clip, how much of a stipend you get monthly as a payout. My brother, my brother was killed. I'll share this little story, by a policeman, indirectly out of jealousy. My brother owned a security company. He wanted to be a local cop. They didn't want him to be, because as a younger man, he did some criminal activity. So he cleaned up his life, martial arts, qualified the Olympics, all this stuff. Still, the local cops didn't like him. So instead of being a cop, he turned around and opened up his own security company, leveraged his fighting ability and everything else, became a U.S. Marshal, did all these things. His insurance company, his security company thrived to where he almost had 100 cars, huge jobs. He always had a insurance policy for the sites. So if something happened, his company was responsible, not the owner of the company that he was protecting.
Right.
Well, the local cops are pissed. It's the good old boy network in Kansas. Got a black guy owning cars and running security companies and and they're just working for the city. They shot and killed him in public. On 80 witnesses, we sued the hell out of that city. Almost $8 million was given to my nephew, put in an account, leveraged it to where he was getting interest while he was going up. And this happened when he was 8. When he turned 21, he got his first lump sum. And every year after that, he got a stipend. And he learned how to use his money. So by the time he was 32, he had full access to the rest of the money that was in that account at that time. And by then, he should have learned his mistakes and his life lessons as far as handling money. You know, so when we talk about things like Dre and myself, we really are calling from personal experience or things that we know about because we've experienced it ourselves. We've seen it happen. I've delivered way too many life insurance policies, seen way too many family members go gaga over money, and don't matter what color they are. And people doing the wrong thing with the money they get out of the policy. Understand this. When you get a life insurance policy, 3 million, 8 million, guess what? It is not. It is not taxable money. That means just 3 million, 5 million, however many millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars, that is tax-free money. Do not take that money and go put it in a bank or go put it in an investment fund where you now leverage it as taxable income. Put it in something that grows tax-free. There are plenty of Roths and different policies out there that you could do that in.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That way you're getting money tax-free instead of leveraging against something and having to pay taxes on free and clear money. Common sense is not common because people are greedy by nature. But understand, you guys work way too hard and way too long to get to the level you young men have been and getting to now, and you're still growing towards, because you leverage most of your wealth and your earning potential by the time you're our ages, 40s, 50s, even into your 60s. That's your highest earning potential. You built all this time to get to these places. You didn't shore up your base. You got to start doing that now. Start being responsible as you were getting into those colleges, responsible as you were getting these certificates to make this kind of money. Now start leveraging your fiscal responsibility and your fiscal knowledge and understanding how to protect everything you just sat there and learned in order to gain access to those resources. Now learn how to protect and keep them. Listening to conversations like this. Okay, come on, man. Get me off the center stage, man. I'm an INFJ, man. I don't like being in the center, man. Stop. Hey, you there? Did he just leave me on center stage, or did I just drop out again? All right.
I mean, it was
man. You
on mute.
Yeah, I was like, man, get me out of here. Get me off the damn camera.
I'm going back to everything that you were saying, and one thing is that I plan on setting up, and I want to do this for my mom and under my mom and grandma's name as well. But I'm going to do this for myself. Is a lot of guys don't realize that you can set up scholarships as well.
Yes.
A lot of times we think of scholarships, we think about a college that does it. Take it from an academic college recruiter. There are thousands upon thousands of scholarships that individuals create under their loved one's name or under their name once they pass on. And in their trust, they make sure for everything from $100 scholarship, I kid you not, $100 scholarship, all the way to $1,000 or $10,000 scholarship, to where a young person can apply every year. That $100 scholarship comes up, or that whatever you want it to be, $1,000 coming out of your trust every year, and it's applied for. Take it from me. I've helped young people with hundreds of scholarships. Number one cause of young people not getting scholarships is not academics. The number one cause of young people not getting scholarships is not applying. Most young people don't know that they can apply for the church scholarship, for Pepsi scholarship, for Amway scholarship, for my grandmama's scholarship. Your grandmama may have a scholarship that she created, and created a trust. A lot of guys don't realize that. I plan on, a part of my trust is a scholarship. I want to continue to be a philanthropist and give to the communities back in the States of young people, to be able to make sure that somebody could be able to at least pay for the books. Your $300 scholarship will help a young person pay for some of his books in school. So it doesn't have to be a $30,000 scholarship every year. No, most young people, the scholarships that get them through are, yes, many academic scholarships, like that college gave them a scholarship. But I'm gonna tell you, most young people that I work with, they were able to pay for school by way of all those little scholarships. I give you a perfect example before I let you continue on, Ronin. There was a young man that I worked with. He was a C student in high school. C, just average kid. This kid had started applying for scholarships from the time he became a senior until graduation. This young man walked away with $75,000 in scholarships. He didn't get an academic scholarship because he was so smart. He didn't get a sports scholarship. He applied for all those little small scholarships, and you know how he got them? Number one reason, nobody else applied. He had no competition, no other, all them scholarships for little black girls and little black boys, and he was the only one that was applying. And so he kept getting them and kept getting them. This $100 one, this $300 one, this $1,000 one, this $5,000 one, that $500 one. He just kept on applying while he was going through his senior year. A regular C student. Was nothing special about this young man. And this young man walked away with $75,000 by the time he walked across stage, because nobody else applied. Nobody else applied.
Instead of a scholarship, he just got his education paid for free.
Yeah.
You know,
Corporal
just
said
because he went and applied.
Yeah. Just because he applied. He said, Dre, my family created a scholarship under my grandmother's name at BCU, Bethune-Cookman University, where my stepson went. So guys, don't even realize that you can do that, guys. You can create a $100 a year scholarship that some young person can apply for every year. That's a part of your trust or a part of your will or part of whatever it may be. Hopefully it's a trust that will go towards some young person. And that's how you be remembered far more than a headstone at a grave that nobody's probably, that only maybe in the next century, somebody might visit your grave times. Yeah.
Yeah. And for those that are just now coming in the room, I gave you my background before. The information I give out is from years of experience. I don't sell anymore. So I'm basically giving you free advice, learned advice over 15 years of being in the industry. And I don't sell one policy. I get no benefit to lie or try to make you come to me and buy anything, because I don't sell. I don't carry current licenses. I let them all go for my sanity. Well, I'll be out here figuring it up still to a whole nother level, you know, because I was leveraging almost 3,000 clients and almost 600 agents.
Ooh.
I was running an agency. They weren't running me. I was running it. So at the end of the day, I'm doing this out of just experience. And believe me, if I don't get it out now, I forget more than I remember. I get these epiphanies and remembrance of certain things, but at my point with how much PTSD I go through, I forget a lot. I used to be able to recall whole reams of legal paper. I look at a bullet point and I can tell you everything that went on in that conversation in that minute. Can't do that anymore. You know, so I have these flares of brilliance because of my situation. So I don't do this full time. I consult with people. I tell them the direction they need to go and tell them, go find somebody that can sell it to you. But I don't sell anything. So there's no benefit for me to lie to you just to get you to buy from me. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead,
Here's
Jay.
a question for you, Omar. I mean, here's a question for you, Ronin. coming from Mario. And he says this. He said, what if I have no wife, no children?
Mm-hmm.
How does the trust work in terms of beneficiary? That's a good question.
Same thing you just named. Somebody has a name of a scholarship in your name, some kind of philanthropy work. You can donate it to cancer. You can donate it to whatever good benefit you think it is. And that trust will fully keep on paying out a stipend or a scholarship to the field work. Say you want to get into the idea of somebody developing a cure for something. You can give that research facility a certain amount of money every year they apply, or other research facilities, and it became more competitively. And that money continues to help those type of grants. You can set it up as a grant, or you can set it up as a scholarship. You name it what you want to name it. But once it's established, it's continued to earn money, right? Now it's up to how it gets distributed. The executor will do whatever you instructed them to do before you passed on. If that means continue to find things to benefit other people, you can set it up that way. You know, if you want to help other family members, like you brought up, somebody in your family set something up to where it's set up to where anybody of your blood that wants to go to college, that grant or that trust will fund that family member to go to college. Even if you don't have kids, you can still help out other family members in your family. But they have rules in order to get that money. It's just not going to be given to them. So you can set it up any way you want, even if you don't have children.
And that was the rule of the trust. The trust said, no, it's not going to be dispersed for people to be able to splurge on what they want. The trust was set up only for educational purposes. And anybody of any stage, of any age, throughout the history of the family, if they wanted to go to college, the trust paid for books, paid for dorms, paid for classes, paid for everything. The trust paid for everything as long as it went towards, it had to be do a part of your education. The trust paid for it. The only thing that the trust didn't pay for is your everyday living expenses like food and your clothing expenses and things like that. But anything that has to do with your academics, like I said, it didn't pay for football games or basketball games you want to go to in college. But as far as the basic foundation of getting your education, the trust paid for any family member. It didn't matter if a person was 80 years old or if a person was 18 years old. That trust would cover that person if they wanted to go to college. And you may want to set your trust up like that. You may set it up and say, hey, I ain't got no kids. But anybody that wants to use this trust in my family, and you can even set it up in a way that it may not be able to afford to pay for everybody to go to college. But you may have it set up in a way that anybody that needs money towards books, or anybody in the family that in regards to college, anybody that needs their first semester of college paid for in my family, I'll pay my trust from now on until the end of compound interest. My trust will always pay the first semester of a family member going to school. So maybe your trust is not big enough to take care of the full ride for somebody, but you may be able to say
somebody that's going to college and they want a computer. You can buy a computer through the trust if you're going to college.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Any way you want to set it up, it's up to you how you want to set it up. Once it's set it up and you have a firm or somebody that's an executor of it, they'll make sure before it gets issued out that they qualify under those terms and the money gets issued out. But if you have kids and not married, it does work the same way. You know, you can set up, like I was saying with my nephew, with his inheritance or his trust based on my brother's death. You know, he got a lump sum when he turned 18 that enabled him to buy a car, set up things. If he wanted to go to college, it was no stipulation on him going to college or not. You know, and then once he hit 21, he got another huge lump sum. Every year on the year, he got a stipend. How he figured out how to spend that money in that stipend, that was up to him. Again, it was a lesson of him trying to learn how to use that money in a beneficial way before he got the full lump sum of the money and just blew it. So that happened almost 10 years before he turned 32. And the reason we picked 32 is that was the age my brother died.
Wow.
So once 32 hit, he had enough life experience. He had enough mistakes with money and everything else. So whatever was remaining in that account at 32-year-old, he had full access to it. Aside for whatever he was generating at that point on his own. His entrepreneurial spirit is at an all-time high. He was doing every kind of MLM, figuring out things, doing this, doing that. He didn't go work for anybody. When you have that kind of advantage, why would you? He'd call me for advice and say, "Unc, what do you think about this, that?" And I'd give him the rundown and I'd let him go. I don't babysit my own sons. Their basis is their basis. All they can do is consult with me at that point. You're all your own men. Take what you want to take and throw the rest out with the bathwater. I don't give a damn.
And I kid you not, that's exactly how I want ours to be set up for our children. I don't believe in the giving the child everything at once and just let them run rampant through life and then it's gone because I didn't have enough to disperse it and then have a lump sum later on in life. Perfect example, as many of us know, Allen Iverson set his money up with, I think it was with a Reebok, that a certain amount of millions, I think it was 40 plus million, was set up in a trust for when he was after 40 years old, because he knew that he would burn through a lot of his money. And so once he hit 40 or 50 years old, he received this lump sum from Reebok. And his attorneys told him to set his trust up like that. You don't want to get the, now he could have taken everything when he was young and he was famous AI, but when he was young, he was told, listen, the wise thing would do is take a certain amount now and take a huge chunk and keep it that you can't touch until the age of, I think it was 40 plus years old. And that's what he did.
Plus, that's compounding interest in whatever investment vehicle or whatever. That's gaining interest too. So whatever that lump sum started at, it'll be much higher by time he got to the age of 40.
Ronin, shout out to my brother Zay in the building. Zay says this. He said, how do we pay for a consultation with Mr. Ronin Travelers?
You can look up my website. It's Ronin Travelers. There's a calendar lead there. You can schedule something there with me. You can reach out to me email wise. And by the way, fellas, I don't have to lie about anything. My LinkedIn and my real name is on my website. As a fiduciary, I can't lie. Won't lie. I've carried a top secret clearance, not only in the military, but the FBI and everybody has me fingerprinted too.
Right.
I've never hidden who I was. Okay. So my work speaks for itself. You can go look at my LinkedIn and say that.
And that's the benefit, guys.
But yeah, you can look at my website.
Go ahead. Hey, Ronin, do me a favor. Just drop the link in the private if you want to. If you drop, like last time, if you drop your link in the private, I could put it in the comment. And then we can continue on with the video. I mean, with the slides.
Yeah, I think there's just one more.
There we go.
One or two more.
I think you got two more. I'm looking at two more on what I have. This is great information, man.
All right. So you can go ahead and pull up that next slide and we can go ahead and continue on and finish this up. I know, like I said, I can't believe we made it 2 hours and something minutes. And people are still in the room. I try to have this in my room, man. It's crickets up in there, you know? So it's all good. So what happens when you die overseas? And here's a scenario walkthrough, real life examples. You know, you have a small estate. And so I got to blow this up so I can see.
Okay.
Small estate name plus name beneficiaries. So the life insurance, the IRA, all those things. Spouse submits the form claim. Usually it's a very fast. I think if you remove us, you can see some things underneath our pictures. All right, so fast and simple. Okay, it starts getting more difficult the more different levels that you get to. Okay, so fast and simple life insurance policy, beneficiaries are named United States only. Okay, one house and one name, will only. This is where you start running into problems. A little bit slower. You got probate involved. You got lawyers involved. You got family members that think they know what your will was supposed to say, but it didn't say it, or you weren't in your right mind because you died at 80 something of senility or some shit. You got Alzheimer's. All right. Third stage, it could be a large estate, but you have a non-citizen spouse. That's a lot of people doing that right now. People have large estates. They own multiple properties and other things. They have investment funds. They're six-figure, high-value men, so they say, and they go out and marry a foreign wife. They didn't put everything in place. It starts to get more complex. More assets, more complexity, more layers. Now, instead of one country and one state being involved, you got one country, one state, because they both apply, federal and state. Then you got a whole nother country involved in it too. Because of course they want that spouse to get her fair share so they can tax her, right? They want that money too. Everybody's after your money. Okay. Indirectly or directly. Stage 4 is your properly funded trust, like we've been talking about. Your spouse is abroad. What does it say at the very bottom, Dre? Doesn't that say smoother, more control, because you already did all the pre-planning out? Although
Yes, sir.
you did not necessarily plan out, you just thought, oh, this is the way it's going to work. No, if you set up the trust, it's funded properly, everything's done in good order. You have key contacts from lawyers and firms that are already ready to go the minute the button gets pushed that you had passed on. They know how to implement your wishes. You still are in control, even though you're 6 feet under or burned up into ash and floating around in the ocean like me and Dre. Either way, you still have control long after you're gone. Dre's giving you perfect examples of his grandfather leaving in the trust a certain amount of money and land. His great-great-great-great-grandfathers before him that actually got to the grandfather. That's how you give generational wealth. You set it up and prepare for it. It's not going to happen if you don't. You have to plan as hard as you did to learn, gain the income, to get your education, to start getting 6- and 7-figure incomes and grow your personal wealth. You also now have to be responsible about how it's distributed after you're gone. Or like I said, you're basically, family is a pack of wolves waiting to devour whatever is thrown at them. That carcass will be down to the bone in a matter of minutes. They will take what they want and discard the rest like it's trash, even though you might have taken 30, 50, 60 years to build it all. It won't last 3 years once they have access to it. The only reason they don't have access to it for the 3 years is because it's in probate court. And everybody's bickering over who's supposed to get what. Yep. So they heard you say private conversation, this person. The other person said, no. During the family function, he said this. Oh, no. I had a personal conversation and he's saying he wanted it this way. All, of course, for their own benefit, right? And then the worst case scenario, you're an American, whether it's Philippines, Colombia, any one of those other countries we went over, and there's nothing is planned. And she's got to fight through a mountain of paperwork in both countries, even though you wanted her to have everything you built up to that point, because she has your children. She has your legacy.
Yep. Absolutely.
You want them to do it, right?
That is so true.
So, I mean, the story can be either very smooth and like the fantasy of the story can be very smooth, like the fantasy of any movie you see, or it can be chaos and a nightmare for the person you leave behind. Because now they got to fight your family. Now your family is your family. They're used to dealing with you. Some stranger, some foreigner that might not have that kind of way about them They're very docile or feminine. You never heard them raise their voice halfway for nothing. Besides to kind of argue a point that you guys are having a general conversation about. Now they gotta argue with your ruthless, trench mouth fucking family that can get downright dirty and medieval with the way they talk to people. You want them to deal with them? I ain't trying to subject anybody to that. Especially when I distance myself from them in the first place. And they know it too. But the minute you're dead, all that is gone because now they want your money. And y'all could have been the best of family members. You just lost touch. But yeah, that's it. I think that was the last.
You got one more slide.
No,
you got one more.
We got best practices. That's it. So the best practices is just basically things you can look at trying to get done. Here's your checklist. Update your beneficiary forms today. If you have net assets, you have property, even your car, your vehicles, anything, put beneficiary forms to them, put it in a safe deposit box until you get your trust set up, and then put them as far as assets listed in the trust for ownership. That's the best way you can protect anything you own. And Dre has the checklist. He has these slides. Please get them, download them. If you want them to contact me, I'll do the same thing. I'll send them to you. They're just going to sit there.
Right.
Somebody asks. So if you guys want to reference, like I said, I'm not selling you a thing. Don't matter whether you take it from me and go see somebody that actually can sell you whatever the hell they want. At least you have a guideline of what that person's supposed to be asking you in the first place. We going dumb and not knowing what we're supposed to even be asking. And let anybody tell you anything. That's why you got half of these scammers that's on YouTube right now selling you whatever the hell they want and telling you how you can leverage your bank account against this, that, and the other, get your ass in jail because you just believe it. This is experience. This is what I used to do, and I'm giving it to you for free. You use it how you want to use it. Use the pieces you want, throw the rest away. Don't hurt me at all. But do something for yourself because you worked so hard to get where you were and where you are and where you will be. That if you don't get this done and start doing it now and you keep on procrastinating and kicking it down the road like a can, eventually that day will come and you don't wake up and none of this is done. And all that hard work that you thought was going to last for generations is taken, literally, and misused against what you thought it was supposed to be used for. But you don't have a voice. You didn't set up a trust. You didn't set up guidelines. You didn't set up anything. You just thought people in good nature, your family, was just going to do the right thing with your money because they knew you. No, they did know you. And they've been waiting for you to die all the way up until now. Think I'm lying? I'm not. I've seen people literally attack other family members and friends. My mentor, specifically, good friends with one of his clients. They consider him like an uncle, right? And then he goes to the funeral, delivers the policy. The kids are sitting around the table with him, and the mom is standing there. And the kids are like, well, you knew my father so well, blah, blah, blah. And why didn't you tell him to stop doing this? And why didn't you tell him? He goes, I did. No, you didn't. You didn't try at all. The mom stepped in and said, look, Fred has been doing this for years. He's known your father before y'all were even here. He's constantly told your father to stop smoking, stop drinking, stop doing the things he needed to do, get these policies. He was trying to tell him. He refused to listen. You got any complaints? Look at your dad. Don't look at him. He tried to help. And that's the thing. Sometimes when you're so close to something, people ignore your word for somebody else's. He had no access to gaining anything besides helping somebody he felt like was family. And they treated him as such. Didn't want to listen to him. I think that's what's wrong with our community. When people are actually telling you to do right, all of a sudden you got to fight against them. But if a YT person, an Asian person, or somebody else told you the truth, all of a sudden they're making perfect sense. I'm sitting here telling you, I've done this. I do this. Something I enjoy doing, helping people. I even refused to sell stock because I didn't want to lead you down a road where you were gambling your retirement instead of putting it up somewhere where it grew safely. We'll see who listens. And we'll see who has the GoFundMe's and the car washes later.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's very common in the Black community.
Okay.
Evan, shout out to Evan in the building. Evan says this. He say, Ronin says that there is a beneficiary form. He say, I have beneficiaries assigned to my account, but no forms to put in a safe deposit box. Am I wrong?
No, it just depends on what kind of form you're talking about. Some are electronic now. Some don't have safe deposit box. What the safe deposit box might be for is final instructions for somebody that you might know to have access to so they can get what to activate, what not to activate, who to call, what not to call. Because it's not like the minute you die, it goes on a national board and everybody knows you're dead. And then those things get activated. At least you have something in the States, especially you're abroad, that you're just paying a safe deposit box at a bank that you bank at in America. And if something was to happen, one or two people have access to that safe deposit box to get out your instructions on how you want things implemented. Maybe you give them a little benny for them doing it. So they'll be honest about it. Maybe they call the right people. There's only a couple phone numbers. The firm that activates your trust. This person that knows what you need to do as far as your burial. It just has a list of people and a phone number, but you're going to give them a benny for being one of the people that have access to that safe deposit box. If in the event of your demise while you're overseas, however you want to set it up. But yeah, there's some policies or some beneficiaries is 100% electronic. It's nothing you're going to have to keep in a box. Nowadays, I'm still talking like mentality wise. I used to do paper insurance policy. There was 30 to 50 pages of damn policy paper where you had to fill out certified copy, keep a record for yourself and send one off to the insurance company before you got your commission. I'm talking that way. But yeah, there's a lot of things that are now digital that all you have to do is keep on a thumb drive, whatever. Yeah. Don't necessarily have it where it's paper anymore. But hell, keep it all on a thumb drive and keep that in a safe deposit box. Or somewhere where they can locate it in your house. I mean, catch up to the technology.
Yeah. Also, you guys, you want to reach out to your investment or your Roth IRA or your 401k investment firms. What I mean is some of you guys need to make a phone call to Fidelity, to Chase, to Charles Schwab, to JP Morgan's, if that's where you got your investments. In my case, Fidelity and Vanguard. I call Fidelity and Vanguard and I ask them, could you connect me to the department that has to do with if I pass on, how do I set up my beneficiary? Is there a beneficiary form online that I could make sure my wife is in, so forth and so forth. So you guys have to make some phone, there's some homework involved in this. Make a basic phone call, reach out to your investments that you're at work, you got a 401k, you guys are using Fidelity or Charles Schwab or whatever your company's 401k is, or whatever your Roth IRA is that you use outside of the company, and reach out to that brokerage firm and ask them, like, listen, if I pass on and I did fill out the part that says beneficiary, how do they reach out to you? Do they just call you? How can you validate that that's the right person? What do they need to do now that I'm gone? And so Vanguard walked me through their steps. I took those steps, I typed them out with the phone numbers and everything, and I have them in a form, not only an email that I sent to Andrea. So everything is in email form, just in case the paper form or disappear. I'll also have them on a flash drive, all the information. So everything that has to do with my Social Security, how to get my Social Security, everything that has to do with my investment accounts, how to get to those investment accounts, bank accounts, my regular everyday bank accounts. How does she get to those? How does she get to everything that has to do with our business? Google AdSense and all that from the YouTube channels. How does she get access to Patreon? All these things, your beneficiary should know these things. If anything ever happens to you and mom in an accident, what do the kids need to know? What steps do the auntie or the uncle need to make in order to do this? When you have a trust set up, it kind of alleviates a lot of things because everything is up under the same umbrella. So basically, everything's going to go directly to the trust, and the person that's in control will be the distributor of the funds that will go to your kids if you and your loved one, if me and Andrea pass on at the same time. These are the things you're going to have to consider when you're living in another country. I know you guys are taking it from the perspective of the United States, which is great. We're talking mainly to you guys that plan on relocating in the next 5 months, 5 years, next 15 years. You need to have everything set up so you are at peace while you're living in Bali, while you're living in Thailand, while you're living in Portugal. That's going to give you peace because you have all of this set up and the family members that you haven't seen in 10, 15 years. And that's the part. I know I'm sounding like I'm rambling, but
that's a big part, bro.
I've got family members. I lived in Tampa for 14 years. I probably saw my brother and sister maybe twice. My aunties and cousins and them, I saw them at my grandmama's funeral. That was the last time I saw them. I saw them once when my grandmother turned 81 years old. I saw the whole family. And the last time I saw the whole family was at grandma's funeral and at my mama's funeral. But I'm telling you, that 10 years of incarceration, that counted too. So I basically have not seen my extended family and many of my immediate family, except for a few times. It's got to be 30 years. It's got to be 30 years where since I've been around on a day-to-day basis around my brother and sister, a day-to-day basis around my cousins. And I talk to them on the phone all the time. And you always see my uncle is always watching the show. I got cousins that watch the show. So don't think that I'm not close to my family, but I'm not close enough to the family where they're beneficiaries. We haven't seen each other in 30 years. They have no right to argue over my things. Some of you guys are going to be in the same position. You think about your relocation and you think about it as of now. I'm 32, I'm 33, I'm 43. And the next 5 years is full of fun and just hanging out, meeting the ladies. And I finally made it to Brazil. I'm living full time in Brazil. And you get caught up in that moment of time. You forget when you move to Brazil, you might be in Brazil for 30 years, 30 more years. Even though you're traveling to other countries and you're going back to visit family every once in a while, your home is Brazil. You've been with that Brazilian chick for 25 years. Y'all had 2 kids in that 25 years. So when you guys are getting excited about moving to Brazil or moving to Colombia, you've got to think about what's called longevity. You've got to think about, if I'm here and Brazil is the country that I love, and this is where I'm going to die, what happens upon my death in another country, and as well as information that was shared about if you die in the United States, because this is very important and you have to know the death laws in that country. I mentioned this earlier. Japan does not do burials. Japan mainly is a cremation country because it's an island, and for the most part, there's not enough room in Japan to bury everybody. The Muslims are understanding that right now. The Muslims that have moved from other countries to Japan just recently, I'm talking, this is fresh news, have gone to court in Japan. This has gone to Congress in Japan, and they voted it down. Japan says, even though you're from another country, we are not going to break our rules of burial because your traditions as a Muslim is burial. And Japan has said just recently, over the last month, if you want to bury your loved one, send them home. So now people relocating to Japan are like, wait a minute. So I'm Islamic, yes. I have a great job here in Japan, yes. If I die in Japan as an Islam, I can't be buried in the country that I've learned to love. No,
nope.
It's an island, and we don't have enough room to bury everybody that dies on this island. And you have to be ready to embrace that. So whatever country you guys go to, you need to know the burial policies. You better chat GPT or use Claude to find out what the burial policies are in a country that you're going to. Don't assume that it's just like the US, because in many cases, it's not. Oh, by the way, Ronin,
you're absolutely right.
Go ahead. You about to say something?
No, I just say you're absolutely right. Yeah, every country doesn't have to respect the fact that you're an American, even when you're traveling there, let alone when you die. You want to practice your religion and they'll allow you to do that, that's fine. Doesn't mean they have to circumvent everything they believe to allow you to practice your own religion the way you see fit.
That's true.
Like you said, you your body.
Yes,
and
sir.
if you know that and you've known that for 20 years while you lived there, why didn't you set up repatriation insurance so that you know you could ship your body back? You had plenty of time to plan for this. You lived there for 20, 30 years, and now you're using that as an excuse to try to circumvent a law because they're supposed to have empathy for you. They're looking at you like you had 20, 30 years to prepare for this.
Yeah, one lady, one of the Congress ladies stood up and talked about that. I just watched it yesterday because it's so fresh news. You know, the two fresh news that I saw was Japan's law against burial, and Will Smith and Jada have officially been divorced. And Jada, check it out.
Officially,
they're officially done. And Jada did not get the money she thought she was going to get because she cheated. And when she cheated with the young man,
too.
She cheated and it broke the contract of the marriage in which they were in. So Jada thought she was going to go for half. She didn't get half because she had cheated. And so she only got a certain amount. They were actually telling them to split the LA home.
And we'll sit there smiling like we'll broken back in.
Yeah. Yeah. He should have went on ahead and divorced for a long time.
Yeah, I'm planning on coming back to that.
I know, right? He said, shout out to T-Mac in three ways. Shout out to T-Mac with the $5 love on the super chat. Shout out to T-Mac with the $10 love on the Cash App, and shout out to T-Mac with the $5 love on the Bitcoin. As you guys can see up here in the corner, if you want to support the channel, all you got to do is go to your camera. Yes, sir, by way of Bitcoin. So shout out to T-Mac. T-Mac say, show both Ronin and Dre some support. Yes, sir. Support the channels, guys, if you can, by way of PayPal, Super Chat, Cash App, both channels. Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal.
Blow my Wealth Talk. Hey, I'm just working on that Wealth Talks, the Legacy Walks channel. I'm gonna put some more effort on it. But yeah, blow that channel as quickly as you can, please.
Yes, sir.
Please,
yes, sir,
please,
guys.
please.
Make sure you blow the channel
about these subjects more.
Yes, sir. Also, Ronin, if you want to hang around a little longer, I got that video from the brother in the Philippines that talked about the biggest problem of living overseas. I've got that, and we can watch it together right now. All right, producer fool.
Yeah, you know me. I love reaction videos. That's what I do. So.
Okay, cool. Producer says, he said, I know that Brazil, if you die today, your funeral will be the next day. They put you in the ground quick as F.
Quick.
I did not know that. I didn't know that. And those are the things that guys.
Yeah, maybe they don't have enough storage, mortuary or whatever. You know, they got to get rid of that body before it starts to decompose or whatever. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. The African wolf said, he said, wait, Will and Jada, yeah, they divorced now. It's official. It's official. We know it's been in the making for a while, but now it's official.
Yeah. I mean, this is like 7 years, 10 years ago. Will's like, I'm retired. I was like, what the fuck is Will talking about now? He said, I'm retired from trying to make you happy.
I remember
you
you
do your own
that.
thing. You know what I'm saying? I stole that for a while.
I know, right? Yes, sir. Shout out to my brother Victor Asher with the $10 love. He said, I'm on here, T-Mac. I'm on here. T-Mac says this. It takes time and effort to assemble the information. Absolutely correct. So, guys, I'm telling you, this is well worth it. I love when Ronin is on. He's always informative, and he's always transparent with the information that he shares. Before we go up with the video, because I'm about to pull the video up right now. Let me pull that up right now. This brother's been on YouTube for quite a while. Really good content creator. Let me go right here. Pull up the video.
Welcome back to my channel, Sunshine and Shoulders. I'm Calvin. Thank y'all so much for stopping.
Before we go and watch our brother Sunshine Shoulders, I still got a question for you. I asked earlier, but you kind of dropped off, Ronin. Whole life insurance versus term life insurance. You know, I have whole life here. I've got term life in the States. Why? And I think I know the answer. I think I know why not whole life insurance.
Okay. If you look at the rate that you pay for your whole life insurance, even though it's an investment vehicle, what's the interest rate of gain on your whole life? Maybe about 3%, 2%, something like that.
Yeah.
As far as how much you're getting for the amount that you have in there, right?
Right.
Well, term life is great because you get to rent the amount of money you want to rent for the term, whether it be 20, 30 years. And I would try to max that out as much as possible because your age is going to dictate how much that premium is going to be. So the younger you can buy term life, stretch that shit out 30, 40, 50 years if you can. Lock that policy rate in there because after that term, you're going to want to keep it. That's when they hit you on a prorated basis. They're going to reevaluate you, see what your health status is at that point, see if you have some things that you've gone through like cancer or whatever. Because once you hit cancer or you hit something like that, all of a sudden the policy rate is going to go astronomically high. So odds are if something happens when you get sick, when you first get that term policy, try to push that out because they can't keep on reevaluating you. Once you're locked in on that rate, stay at that rate. The minute you give them an opportunity to run that thing up, they already know what the law of averages are. They're actuarials. Get what I'm saying? There's always going to be a rebound of having the C word, you know, and so forth. So if you buy a term policy, max it out for as long as you can that you can afford for.
Okay.
Based on the dollar amount. And I would go at least 500K to $1 million plus.
So let me ask you this.
Now, whole life. Why I don't necessarily like it. Let me finish this one. The whole life thing. Okay. This is see the smile on my face is because I'm excited to tell you guys about these things. Okay. Whole life is a great policy. It's a great product. You get some kind of interest, and sometimes it's way higher than the bank interest that they were giving out at the time. So whole life wasn't a bad way of making up money. It grew tax-free and different things like that because it grows inside the insurance policy. Plus the money you put in there is already it's already taxed, right? So the gains are not taxable unless you're putting it in something that leverages it against the market. Well, there's a little thing that's out there. It's been out there for since the I want to say 1990s or so. It's called an IUL. That's the improvement on a whole life policy. An IUL is like a Roth IRA, which you guys hear about all the time and they tout them all the time. An IUL is a insurance vehicle that gains, and I would say it's better than Gerber Baby. It's better than anything you can think of, even a college fund. Even your 401k plan, it's better than that. Because it's like all of them mixed into one product. And why I say that is, once you start the policy, you can front load it for retirement, not as a death benefit. So you can drop a huge lump sum in it. The longer you don't touch it, they give you bonuses. You hit that 11th year, they start giving you bonuses every year. You don't touch that money. Okay. So it compounds on top of compounding. I ran a scenario where I knew a couple football players, and one of my mentors, his grandson was the son of a San Diego Charger defensive tackle, winds up killing himself because he had CTE. Well, they inherited the money that the NFL gave out to all the kids and family members of the football players that suffer from CTE and self-deleted or whatever. Okay. And so when they had that lump sum of money, I said, look, just give me $250 from each kid. I'll sit down and talk to them and tell them why. And just forget about the money. Put it in an IUL and let it grow. You can go blow the 30 million, 40 million, whatever they got. Doesn't matter. By time the kids, and they were like 16 at the time, by time they hit 65, there was another $25 million sitting in the IUL account that was tax-free money they could touch at 65 as a retirement, whether they worked or not. Whether they did a day of work or not, there was $30 million sitting in the account. That's how well the IUL works. Why does the IUL work? Because it's off of a fixed account like S&P 500. It doesn't put your money in the S&P 500. It uses to pay out the interest gained every year off the S&P 500. Anybody knows anything about the stock? The S&P 500 is a constant, steady performer of the top 500 companies on the market. Okay, so usually it's about a 7 to 8% average. Sometimes it can go up 13, 20% depending on the year. The nice thing about the IUL is there's a stopgap. What that means is, say, point to point, every year you get paid whatever the interest rate is. Okay, I'm giving y'all a lesson for free. All right, so point to point, say you bought in April and the market was at a certain rate in April. So the next April year it comes in and say it's up by 13 points. You would take that full 13-point gain against your account. Okay, say it went down below where you were. You take zero loss. Why? Because you never really leveraged it against the market. The only thing you will take is a guaranteed 2% that year that the contract automatically pays out anyway. So the net is, if a whole life pays you 2 to 3% no matter what, and you can get an IUL that might pay you 12, 13, 14, 20%, depending on what the top line max is, right? Then that means you don't have a loss, whether you go with the IUL because it's still paying you like a whole life. If no gains are happening and the market takes a dump, you don't take any hit on your nest egg, you just get 2% that year. But if the market is up, oh boy, you get 100% of whatever that gain is once you hit your point to point. So there's no loss on that. Now here's the extra thing. You're in an IRA, you're in a 401k or whatever. You got to take a loan against your money with Fidelity or whoever, right? They give you the money, but you got to pay it back, and you got to pay it back with interest. Plus, what do you have to do when you touch that money? It's a tax-deferred vehicle. The first thing you got to pay is the taxes on the loan that you're taking out against your 401k, which is your savings plan.
True.
Guess what the difference is? On the IUL, since it's a life insurance policy and it's paid with pre-tax dollars, or tax dollars, sorry, when you touch that money, it's 100% yours and you don't pay taxes on your loan against the policy. And the reason I keep doing air quotes like this, because the loan policy never has to be paid back. It goes against your death benefit upon your death. Whatever you took out in loans, it just gets compensated by the death benefit that is still left out over in that bank account or in that IUL account before it goes to your beneficiaries. So why I say this is you can take and start a Gerber baby account when you first get your first child. Say put $6,000 or $7,000 in the account. I think you can put up to $6,500 in the account once you establish it, once you seed it. So the best thing to do is seed it with something that you've gotten a massive payout with. Say a life insurance policy, say you get a life insurance policy with $1 million. That's tax-free money, right? You take a quarter of that, $250. Like I told you with the scenario with the kid, NFL player, right? Take $250, throw it in that IUL, forget about it. Go blow that $750, go buy a house, go do whatever. That's your retirement vehicle, right? 11th year, you start getting bonuses on that money. By the time you get to 65, depending on how old you were when you put that account in there, it's going to be more than enough money to live off the interest on that account. And again, remember, every time you touch that money as a loan option, for your income, a vacation or whatever, you don't really pay it back. You don't pay taxes on the money. It's not a net gain. You don't have to report it to the IRS as income coming in that year because you took out $30,000 on your policy. It's free and clear.
Now, for those that don't, because as you were talking, bruh, I went directly to my insurance, and it says this for me, and I'm gonna, you know what, just for the guys to let them see what I'm looking at, because this is important for a lot of guys, and they don't realize it. So as you were speaking, I was looking it up, and just to let guys know that this is what you're going to be doing when it comes to the countries that you're in. You're going to see if some of these things are available in your country. So this is what I looked up. Let me make sure you guys can see this on the screen. Let me take this one down for a sec and bring this up. Okay, let's put us down here. So the IUL, I looked it up. I say, let me see if my insurance company in Colombia has IUL. And it says in Colombia, MetLife, my insurance company, offers the Index Universal Life. In other words, IUL equivalent to the Protection Universal Flex USD. This policy combines life insurance protection with investment opportunity indexed in US dollars. Letting tax deferred cash value while covering risks like critical illnesses and disabilities. And then it tells me, you know, how to manage my account to set it all up, because I know how to get into my account already. And then it tells me some of the feature benefits of flexible income, customized coverage, protection, things like that. So
okay,
go ahead.
Let me say one thing about this policy, and it scares me. There's a lot of fakers, and there's a lot of people that try to mirror because it's such a great idea. Matter of fact, Tony Robbins, the book about money, that first book he put out that says Money, he talks about this banking institution and the way he runs his bank. He was talking about an IUL, but he didn't want to outright name it in a book called Money. Okay. The only thing that scares me, and I listen to words, especially in contracting, he's saying tax deferred. You don't want to defer your taxes. That's like a 401k plan at that point, because that means the minute you touch it, what do you pay off the rip? The taxes on tax deferred. You want taxed money to go in there, meaning you already paid the taxes on the money before you put it in the investment vehicle. That way, the money that grows in there is now tax free. So but if you put tax deferred money into something, you're deferring paying the taxes. And what we say in the business is what's guaranteed in life besides death and taxes. That means you might defer at 25%. God only knows what the tax is going to be in 2035 or 2040 when you get to retirement and you want to touch that money. Maybe it's at 35 or 40%. So you deferred to take the tax hit at 25% for a 10% increase when you actually need the money most, and you're in retirement. Now you got to pay Uncle Sam first off the money you saved. They're saying thank you for that. That's why I don't like 401k plans. If you look up a 401k plan and who invented it, his name is Ted Benna. Ted Benna. If you look at when he first invented the 401k plan, it was supposed to be an executive savings plan for people that got bonuses to defer them taking a tax hit off the bat so that they can use it later for Christmas funds or whatever. It was never meant to be a retirement vehicle by itself. But what the companies did was, if you realize the three-legged stool idea, you had Social Security, savings, and your pension, right?
Right.
Well, pension plans go until you die. People are living a hell of a lot longer. So a lot of those companies that pension plans were trying to get anybody and everybody that worked for them off of those pension plans, because baby boomers are living until their 80s and 90s, and they were pissed the hell off they couldn't have access to that pension money.
True.
So they stopped putting people in pensions and started offering you matching funds in a 401k plan that wasn't supposed to be part of retirement. It was supposed to be a temporary fund. Go look up Ted Bennett if you think I'm lying. I'm talking to everybody in the room. So when he invented it, he's had several interviews that I never meant this to be a retirement vehicle. It's not set up to be a retirement vehicle because you're tax deferring all your money that you're supposed to have. A pension plan, you got that lump sum of money every month until you die. Companies didn't like that. They wanted you off of that because you know what they get to do once they got everybody off the pension plan? They got to reclaim millions of dollars back into their coffers to get you to buy into the 401k plan. And as baby boomers drop off, they get access to more and more of those funds that they have to leave there, sitting there until the last baby boomer in that pension dies. And now they got you risking your retirement because a pension plan was guaranteed. Your 401k is not. It's volatile. 2008 made everybody wake up to that fact. 2008, when the market took a dump for over-evaluating real estate funds, what happened? Most people lost hundreds of thousands of dollars on their 401k plans, and they started going back to work because it's out on the market. It's a mutual fund. It's at risk. That's why you can set it for low, medium, or high risk. I'm never saying turn down free money. So if you're in a 401k plan, fine. Go up to the legal amount that they will match you for. If they say 6 or 12 points, fine. Match them on the 12. Anything above that, when you start getting promotions, oh, I'm going to be smart and double whammy that thing. No. Take that 12 other points that you might have double whammied it and throw it in the IUL and see how much greater that one's going to be by the time you get to retirement and see which one you're going to like accessing more. Because they're going to force you to spend that money at 70 no matter what. So when you hit 70, that 401k plan that you've been avoiding having to pay the taxes on, you got to spend it now. You got to start paying Uncle Sam that money back that you grew for them. It's the fix. The fix is in on that money. I'm just saying.
So I have a question for you then.
Mm-hmm.
Which one would you recommend that? Okay, I got three scenarios. Three scenarios for me. Keep the whole life, and because it only in Colombia it's only 3 to 5%. I do know that, so it's 3 to 5%. So it's not like I'm dancing in the streets.
Right.
Get term life and take the balance that I would normally use towards my whole life, and use that balance towards a Roth IRA investment towards those investments there, or keep whole life and get URL coverage in Colombia. I mean, IUL coverage, or get term life and get IUL. Which one?
My best mix would be based on your age. Based on your age, and we're both the same age,
right?
So based on your age, your health, and everything else, because you're going to get evaluated when you buy these policies. So they're going to look at your blood work, see if you have high blood pressure, cholesterol, and all these things. So you open yourself up for examination, even with the IUL. That's why you should get it when you're young. Now, as you get older, if you're in good health and everything else, they might not try to prorate you or put you up on the premium. The nice thing with an IUL is it's about a death benefit. So if they're going to cover you for a term life, they'll cover you for the IUL. Okay. The term life is for the immediate. Like you say you go and buy a house, Trey, or you want to put up college funds and all this other stuff. Then you do the term life for the greatest amount of money you want to pay for as long as you can, if you can get funded for it. Okay. So if you say $5 million and the premium's only $200 or $300 a month, and that's something that's affordable, then fine, do the $5 million for 30 years. Basically outpace how long they say you're going to live, right? Because that's guaranteed payoff for what you're paying in, right? So that term life policy, you're going to use and fund your trust with it. That's going to dictate your college funds for your kids, your wife, and all that. So the smart play is to use the term policy to fund what? The trust. Now, in the IUL, same thing. That's going to fund the trust as well, but that allows you to have immediate spending money off of your growth. Okay, so depending on how much you feed into that term policy, if you front load it for retirement and not the death benefit side, then you will have the greatest gain and benefit of being able to draw that money out without having to pay taxes on it or report it to anybody, while you're spending maybe that 401k money, which you're taking the taxes on. So to Uncle Sam, it looks like you do have some kind of income that you're paying taxes on, which is that 401k plan. So you're kind of tricking the government and saying, hey, yeah, I got a 401k, I'm liquidating that. But all the while you're drawing a secondary income from your IUL that you don't have to report at all. You get what I'm saying?
So go from whole and just guesstimating, go from whole.
It depends
life.
on what your penalty is on liquidating your whole life policy and whether you feel like that's a benefit for you to go ahead and take the not, meaning take the hit on liquidating it and whatever funds you felt like you built up in it. You know, if you feel like, hey, I'm only going to take a 3% loss on this, but at least I can get myself out of it free and clear, and then I can roll that lump sum into something else, then yeah, go ahead and do it. But if it's too much of a knot to take, then I mean, I wouldn't put any extra into the whole life and just make another plan.
Say that last
take out
part
another
again.
policy, in other words.
Okay,
you know
make
what I mean?
another.
on the direction you want to go and start growing that. Then you have two
That's
policies. Nothing wrong with having multiple policies.
True. So
I would say if the knot, meaning if the nut is too big for you to want to pay compensation or the penalty, I would say just go ahead and open up another policy and just start from scratch on that one, but keep your whole life running. I'm never going to say not have multiple policies.
Right.
Because you never know when you need to draw off one or the other or both.
So in my case, I would just hypothetically, and the reason why I'm bringing this to the table, gentlemen, is to let you guys know this is how you're going to have to think in other countries. For all you guys that are back in the States, don't think that when you go to another country, you don't have to think and talk like this. You're looking at two men and two of your brothers, your brethren of the community. Shout out to my brother, Obsidian, of the community that are in the Philippines, in Colombia, and you see how we're talking. This is how we will be talking even if we were off camera. So this is why I brought my scenario, even though I'm not giving you guys any numbers or any personal information at all, but I'm letting you guys know that you're going to have to think like this. So you're going to have to know what an IUL is. So I'm like, okay, what is this? Okay, let me see how it works for me. So now I can hear what Ronin is saying by getting another policy, get a term, and then with that term, get IUL, correct?
Yeah, well, like I said, what are you funding your trust with? If you're going to go through this process we just went through, say you're starting from scratch, you got your assets already acquired. Now you're going to start funding your trust. What are you putting in that trust to fund it? And then what are those vehicles going to be doing while they're in the trust? Are they just sitting there gaining interest? Are they going to be paying ancillary thing like your real estate taxations based on what you own as far as your property? That's what the fund is for, is to pay out things or to pay your beneficiaries that are taking advantage of the trust as well.
That's true.
So that's what you're doing. You're funding, right? You're funding the vehicle. So the term policy is just a money grab. If you can still get at our age, 58, with good health, a good low rate of premium, a term life policy for 30 years. Now we're 58, we're hoping we live to 100, but 80 something is a big bet that we're pretty much close to the end. So if you can get a 30, 35, 40 year term policy for a couple mil, that's a big bump in your trust for funding things on a guaranteed, hey, they're going to have to pay it out. That's why they would bump up your premium. They know they're going to pay. The actuarials ain't done. You know what I mean? So actuaries are not done. So that's what I'm saying. The term life is really a bump in just immediate infusion of wealth or funding, whichever way you want to look at it.
Okay, should I buy term life or this is a good question because guys are going to know this. In order to buy any type of insurance that's United States, do I have to be on US soil in order to buy US as a US citizen to buy US policy?
See, this is where the gray area gets involved. You know, I've been selling online way before the pandemic, and it made it easier for people. I set up Zoom calls and I was always selling online. no matter where I was. I was already a nomad in the United States. So I kept my clients, whether I was in California or whether I was in Texas or whether I was in Kansas. I was still selling to people in California. So I had licenses in multiple states. Anywhere I went, I had a license for that state because I wrote off everything. As an insurance agent, you're 1099, so it don't matter. So I just I'm gonna leverage the hill. If I gotta go somewhere, I want to make sure when I talk about insurance, I'm getting paid. I get to write off my meal that day. I get to write this off. I get to write that off. I'm writing everything off. You get what I mean? So I ain't paying Uncle Sam shit. In other words.
Okay. Once again, you say as a person that just so happen to be an expat, it's a great dance of purchasing.
You're online buying policies from somebody in the United States, and they're either going to say you did or didn't. That's up to them.
Okay, cool.
You get what I mean? You can always take a trip back to the States and say, I landed here on this date, signed a contract, and left.
Yeah, and
but everything
I did know. That I did know. I did know once I'm on the land, I can actually sign, blah blah blah, and that I did know. And the reason why I presented that question, guys, is for some of you guys, because I told my Uncle Jeffrey this. I say one of the things that I wish that I had done, I had gotten more stateside insurance coverage before I left. So now I'm at the point, like what you're saying, getting more the term while I'm outside of the States. And yep, I might even reach out to my to Fidelity and Vanguard in regards to that. That's a good point. AMSM, good point. But this is what I encourage you guys to do before you leave the States. Make sure that you have insurance coverage. And just like my brother was saying, term life is not going to break the bank. Get the longest amount of coverage that you can get, especially if you're of a certain age and you know, you're a younger person. Get that, because I'm telling you, even though I feel peace with what I have, I still look at my insurance as going towards my trust. The pot can be bigger. The pot can be bigger, and that's how I look at it. So everything that Ronin's been sharing with me, I'm going to take advantage of and say, okay, cool. And I'll probably be reaching out to Ronin anyway, but I'm going to take advantage of, because you want, just like any other culture does throughout history, U.S. history, they take advantage of not just property ownership. They do take advantage of the leverage that they can have with insurance policies. This is what makes the mega rich from generations to generations. This is where old money comes in. A lot of it comes not just because of their own land or businesses. A lot of it comes through the fact that they were able to leverage their trusts, wills, insurance policies. A lot of us who are regular people realize that you can do the exact same thing. You can do the exact same thing. Yeah. So don't go ahead Ronin.
Answer Mr. 007, sir. Thank you for coming in the room. I see him in my chats all the time, but just under Bobby, yeah. I used to train. That's the whole thing. I was training agency people. You know, here's the way you get paid as an insurance agent. You can sell it yourself, or you can hire people and train them to sell. And as a running manager of an agency, you get paid a percentage of everything they drop. So my thing was replicating a whole bunch of mini-me's to go out and sell while I train more, while I maintain my lump sum of 3,000 clients. So I have my steady income. I would train others to get up to that level, and I'm getting paid as much for my rate of time for training. So I did both. I sold and I trained. So yeah, I can train anybody on sales. I mean, I've been in sales for almost 40 years. So yeah, the psychology of the all those things, ABC, all that stuff. So yeah, I've been doing that. What up, Jay Roman? Very late. Excellent. Just check blood work 4 times. Long-term policies should I get? Like I said, get a term policy first. Term policies for a maximum amount of money that you can afford for paying a premium, and max it out for however many years that you feel like you want to do it. But I would also start looking at, if you're working at a corporation, they offer you a 401k plan. look at three things. Look at, well, two things at least. Are you overmatching what they're giving you and how much? And then do you have it turned up from low to medium or high risk? That's the factors that they look at when you do a 401k. Okay, so look at those things. If you're young, I would say go ahead. You can always replace the money. Go high risk, and then if you see the market's taking a downward turn, you can always change it. But if you're older and you still have that high risk because you're getting close to retirement, I'd tell you to turn that shit down to low. Less risk on the market if another 2008 situation happens or something other. You know what I mean? You don't want to risk your nest egg right at the end of your working. Or you're going to be like some of those guys that had to go back to work in 2008 because they lost so much money in that 401k mutual fund that was supposed to be for their retirement. So for you being so young, I would say figure how much you can afford to have in a long-term policy, especially if you're in great health. The premium should be super low for a couple mil. See if you can eat that premium every month and see how long they do it. I think they're 30 years. I don't know if they've gone past 30 years now, but I think the maximum is about 30 years for a term policy. That'll get you down the road if something happens before then. That gets you at 29 up to about 59, our age. Then you have to look at refunding that premium again. That's the problem. Now you're 59 years old, wear and tear on the body, ageism, and all these other things come into play, and that's where it starts to mess you up on reapplying for the premium. Do not keep an old term policy and just continue to pay. They get you on that too because the premium is way higher. But sometimes you do because you can't afford to go get new blood work, and it's still going to be lower if you did get the new blood work than the new policy would be. So you're kind of stuck at the 30. That's why I say for older guys, the 30 is the max, because I would basically say you're 80 something years old, you're pushing the time limit. If you're blessed to hit 90 and 100, hey, they won the bet. Basically, they're hedging their bets. They won the bet. You outlived the 30 years, so kudos on the premium. But you should already have other vehicles that are funding your trust anyway. I would let it go. Let that dog go. Like they're trying to tell me to let my hair go. You know what I'm saying? They're saying let that dog go.
Let's go, brother. Welcome to the smooth world. Welcome to the smooth side. Come on,
she keeps
brother.
telling me no.
Let it go, man.
She's saying don't shit. She's telling me no. So I'm like, hey, you the one that live with me. I don't care.
She like it. We love it then. There we go.
Yeah,
she
exactly.
like it.
If you like it, I love it. I don't care.
That's it.
But
all
yeah,
right,
that's the best I would say. And then look into IULs and funding it. Look into an IUL to fund it and fund it for front load retirement, not for death benefit. Because you're not going to use it for death benefit. You want the benefits of the investment vehicle, which is attached to the S&P 500.
Okay.
You want to leverage that.
Yeah. All right, let's check out the video.
Dave,
shoulders.
One of the biggest problems.
Give me a second, pull this down and bring him up, add to the stage.
I have with living overseas is. Welcome back to my channel, Sunshine Shoulders. I'm Calvin. Thank y'all so much for stopping by again.
Let's lay a foundation. I want you to lay the foundation for this brother's channel. He's in the Philippines, and
yeah, he's very positive, not direct. If you can't handle brutality as far as him not giving a damn about your feelings, but wanting to tell you the truth, this is not the brother you want to listen to. He will hurt some people's feelings.
Yes, and give the name of this video.
His video here, he's talking about, him trying to arrange something for his daughter in the Philippines because he's applying for Social Security, he just hit 62. And he wants his daughter to have access to the Social Security like it's like a form of child support because he doesn't need the money. So he goes to try to get this set up, and then you're going to hear the hurdles and the frustration he's having trying to get this done. And if the same scenario happened after he listened to our show, he probably would have already set up a trust in some way and had the accounts attached in the trust so that he wouldn't have to worry about whether his daughter was going to have access to the money, because it already would have been pre-set up in the trust anyway.
That's true.
So now you hear the nightmare outside of it, of him trying to just do the right thing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Day, you know, one of the biggest problems I have with living overseas is conducting business. It can be frustrating, and I didn't retire to be frustrated all the time. It doesn't matter whether you're trying to conduct business here in the Philippines or in your home country. Sometimes it can be like pulling teeth, man. I'm just going to give you a couple of just brief examples of why I want to pull out the rest of my hair today. But anyway, you know, Booby's getting ready to receive her Social Security benefits. So just like my sons in America, I want the money going to them or to their mother, not to me. I'm 63. My daughter's 5. Anything could happen to me. I don't want them to have to go through, you know, jump through hoops and all of that to get the money if something happens to me. I want it coming directly to them. So I just said, let's make it simple. Maryland, go over to the bank and open up a joint account with you and Booby. You know, that way, you know, the money can go right to her.
Okay, let's start right there. Let's analyze this. What did he do wrong so far? He said, I just wanted to go to a bank account and just open up a bank account. The money just go directly to the account. What would you have done?
He didn't necessarily do anything wrong. I just would have set it up to where my significant other didn't mention anything about where the money was coming from that was going to get put into the account. Just go open up an account, drop a couple dollars in there. That's all I would have said to her. I wouldn't have gave her any extra information on why. Because if they mention the wrong thing in a room with financial people, they're going to want to start asking detailed questions on why you're setting this up. And then they want to get the government's benefit of you dropping in a certain amount of cash into a foreign bank. So they want to know why and get all the details. And then they're going to run up the numbers on all the things and forms and all this stuff you got to get done. So the first things first, I would have said, hey, I need to go open up a secondary account with you and our daughter's name on it. Okay. Not why. Don't give her no details why. Just say, go open up an account. Here's a couple 100,000 or here's a couple 10,000 pesos to go throw in that account. Say it's going to be a slush fund to her. That's all she knows about. Later you can fund it without her even knowing about, you moving your Social Security payment into that bank account. But initially just give her about 10,000 pesos and say, go open up a slush fund account for you and the baby. Too much information kills sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Because that's what they asked you. See, I've got an appointment Friday, which is a week from today, and that's what they're going to ask me. They're going to ask me the bank account that you want this money to go into. It's either going to be your account or the person you're applying for. Well, the first mistake is Maryland goes over there to open up the joint account and mentions a pension, mentions Social Security. Well, that sent bells and whistles going off over there at the bank. Now all of a sudden, they want all this documentation, proof of guardianship and all of that. And I'm like, ma'am, we don't need all of that. So I come there, I'm sitting there, and, we got the letters from Social Security and the embassy. The first thing she does, she looks at them, because remember, over here, you better dot your I's and cross your T's. One of the big problems with dealing and conducting business overseas is you're not at home. The rules are different, or at least they'll say they are. So she says, oh, you need an official letter, an official appointment letter from the government or the embassy. I'm saying, lady, this is official. You see the Social Security and the U.S. Embassy on here, it's official. June the 8th, I've got to go there. Oh, you just going to talk to them on the phone? No, that's another appointment, ma'am. This is where I'm filing for her claims, because I gave them 2 letters. Oh, you got kids now. Like, I'm trying to scam. Like, yeah, Booby will be 6 in August. Well, anyway, she said, no, we're not going to be able to do that because you got to go to the embassy and give proof of guardianship. I said, look, ma'am, the only reason she's receiving these benefits from the government is because she's my daughter. Do you understand that this money is not hers? It's mine. She qualifies for it, something called survivor benefits.
Talking too much. Sometimes you need to tell your woman when to say something, and sometimes you need to tell your foreign woman when not to say something. Just because she opened up her mouth, it opened up a whole can of worms. Just open up the bank account. So now you might have to go find a different bank and tell her, could you open up the account and don't be telling no business? Just open up the account. Yeah, this is a lesson learned for a lot of guys.
No.
Yeah.
She's telling me I've got to go to the embassy and get proof of guardianship.
My God. You got to go through it. And this is the funny part. All of this stuff he should already have on record. See,
he did. He had all that sitting in front of it. She wanted another additional letter beside for what he already had.
Oh, wow. Wow. I got you. Yeah, he really opened. Yeah, they did open up a can of worms with that one.
In order for my daughter's money just to go into my account here. Because what they're going to do, if we can't get this situated, they're going to send the money to my account in America where my Social Security goes to. I don't want that. But in order for it to get sent here, I've got to have proof of guardianship and all kind of stuff. And I'm like, I'm thinking I'm talking to the manager, but I'm not. That's the problem. When you go into a business, I don't care what business it is, no one has the authority to make any kind of decisions or any kind of changes. You're really not going to get any help. You're going to come out of there frustrated like I did. My blood pressure was probably twice as high as it should have been. And I didn't get retired for that. See, I'm telling you now to conduct as little business as possible in your host country and at home because, okay, I'm going to give you another story, but first of all, let me finish this story because it's going to be so frustrating, man. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you telling me that just because it's a pension, it's not even a pension. They call it a pension. It's Social Security benefits. We got to go all the way to Manila and get proof of guardianship? It doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, we didn't get that done at that particular bank. The bank that I've been a customer for 5 years, over 5 years. You know, you better dot your I's and cross your T's. They're very strict here, man. So do very little business here as you possibly can. I don't care what it is. Because you're not at home, the rules are different. But Maryland messed up in the beginning. Just go over there and open up the damn joint account. Don't say anything about Social Security. It has nothing to do with it. Because there's laws here that minors can open a checking account. A savings account. 7 and over. Okay, without parental assistance. And a bank may ask them to, sign something or whatever, but there's no proof of guardianship. It's the law. And if you're under the age of 7, you can do a joint account. But the minute you mention Social Security and stuff like that, bells and whistles are going to go off, man. It's hard to open up bank accounts over here, period, with all the, money laundering and stuff that, they're looking for over here.
Yep.
So, yeah, man, I'm frustrated. I'm 63. My daughter's 5. I don't want the money coming to me. In America, it was real simple. The money goes to the mother. Okay? But anyway, that's enough of that because I get excited just thinking about it. You're going to say, oh, so you got kids now. Yeah, lady, like, what am I going to try to scam you for? My daughter's almost 6 years old, man, but You know, it is what it is, man, when you live overseas. You don't get the benefit of the doubt. So you're telling me to open up a business over here? No way would I do it. Okay?
Not here.
But anyway, something else that happened to me. I'm mad at my daughter.
We're gonna pause that.
Now I've got my
We're gonna pause that. Why not here in the Philippines? We feel the same way in Colombia. Don't get me wrong.
Okay. Without getting my ass kicked up out of this country,
Right.
if you look at the current Senate and the different hearings that are going on, let me put it this way. The Philippines was gauged to be one of the fastest growing nations economically, with investments of almost 300 billion, close to $1 trillion of outside investments for improvements of the airport, the underground railway, all these different things that we're going to go on here, right? And obviously expanding bases because of what's going on in China. So it was an earmark to have a lot of money coming in here. Well, I want to say about 30 million pesos is stolen every day, right in plain sight. Different people in the government are taking money. Just right in your face, like, and dare you to say anything. And half of them don't even go to jail.
Wow.
They can buy their ways out of that. Even Vitaly, if you look at Vitaly and what he did, he brought his way out of jail. You can buy your way out. Matter of fact, the jails are set up to where you can have civilians come and visit you. They bring you food. They bring you everything because you don't really get supplied a lot of things. You can literally pay and have somebody come spend the night with you. Your family can spend the night in jail with you if they want to while you're doing your time. It's different here. Okay. That's why I say y'all really need to check yourselves before you move to certain countries and understand where laws apply and where even if they apply, they don't apply. Like here, if I own land and I wound up going back to the States first to buy my house in Texas before we came and built a house here, literally, if I went ahead and bought the land here first and we built later, we leave, go back to America. We come back and there's squatters on my land, even though I have the right and I have a wall and everything set up in the property, right? They literally can set up their little Nipa huts, live on my property. I have to go through the eviction process. And then even if I'm winning, I win and I'm in the right. It's my land and all these things. The judge is still going to say how much you're going to pay them to get you off your land, get them off your land. And they're more concerned about the people breaking the law and how they're going to be displaced from a place that doesn't belong to them and they don't have any rights to it than you as the owner. And that's for their people, let alone let it be somebody that's a foreigner trying to do this.
It's the same thing
With
here in
their
Colombia.
lives. You know, yeah, it's crazy. Why are
Same
you so
thing here.
displaced about the person breaking the law versus the one that's trying to just have his own rights and to his own land or her land?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so I was like, nah,
Same
we'll
thing.
buy it back in Texas first. We'll come back and buy it here when we can be here. You know, I'm not buying and then we leave and then all of a sudden we got 30 squatters on our property.
Right.
For what?
Right.
The one card, the only card I use over here. Okay, it's about to expire, so they send out a new card, April the 23rd. See, one of the good things that I did when I went home last year was I was able to physically have my credit cards in my hand, which is very important to me. You know, even though this card's expiring and they're going to send me out a new one. Once it comes, I'm not going to have physical control of it. I can still use it online and everything like that, right? I want physical control. Well, anyway, April 23rd, they sent it out, still hasn't come. So I'm thinking to myself, are you sure? I'm asking my daughter, are you sure that card didn't come? Because when I was staying with her, she would have a pile of mail on her table. And I'm saying to her, you know, I've been gone a year. You're telling me I haven't had any mail at all from Social Security, from any of the insurance companies I represent? Nothing? She says, no, just fake credit card approval letters. One came from MasterCard. I'm saying, yeah, because my Capital One is MasterCard. That's the kind of frustrating stuff it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to pay about $100 to have her send that card to me once it comes, because they had to deactivate it. So by deactivating that account, they deactivated the card I've got in my pocket because they're connected.
Now, before he goes any further, I've had to do that. I've had to do that exact same thing here in Colombia. Once my card expires,
Sunday though. No, it's
about a month before. Go ahead, Ronnie.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm talking to my lady.
No. No problem at all. Once my card expires, I have FedEx send me out I call my bank and I say, just take the money out of my bank account, the $75, and FedEx it to me, and I get it within 2 days. So I know what it's like to have they'll say, well, we have to deactivate the card that you got. I say, oh, that's cool. I said, it's going to expire in a month anyway. So yeah, you could deactivate it. And in 2 days, I got I've done this twice since I've been here, because I've been long enough to where cards have expired. And so I just reach out to my bank. My card is going to expire next month. They say, cool. Take the money for FedEx out of my bank account. They confirm the address and they send it right to me. Never had an issue. But it is an issue.
But do they send it to Colombia, or do they send it to an address locally in America?
Colombia? They send it directly to me.
See, banks won't do that to the Philippines.
Wow.
You got to send it to an American address, and then you got to have whoever you know in America mail it to you or ship it to you. That's the difference. That's where the frustration is. If it came directly to them, that frustration needn't come out. That would be convenient as hell. But nah, it's got to go to an American address, and then you can ship it or send it expedited.
Wow. T-Mac says, Robert Harrison said, laws are messed up. Sometimes someone can steal your car, get out of jail before you you get a new one. You at the bus stop, and the guy that stole your car is driving.
That's wild.
That is true, though. He said, man, before you can get a new one, you at the bus stop. That's classic. You say squatters' rights is something here in Baltimore City and Bmore. Shout out to Aiken. So it's not just a foreign thing; it could be a U.S. thing too. Because think about how many
even
people
in America, though. But in America, once the law is enforced, you got a certain amount of time. You got to go. They don't care how you get displaced. That the cops will come and put that thing on the door and like, you got X amount of days, or we're gonna physically remove you out of here. Nah, not in any of these countries. They don't come and move you out. They like, you need to pay them a bribe, even though you lost, to get them off. Then find them somewhere else to stay too. That's they like.
Good point. Good point. Dang, you got to find them somewhere else to stay. Oh man, that is not fun or funny. My brother said crypto is the move when you're living abroad. Having a crypto card that gives you liquid cash is the best way to move. And that's a good point, Brandon. But even crypto cards have expiration dates, and that's the part. Or your crypto card can come up missing, and now you have to make sure that you reach out and make sure that it is deactivated, and then another one is sent to you somehow. So that's what we were talking about, the fact of the delivery of the item. My brother, official Kobe, the official one, says this. He's saying Los Angeles squatters have the rights. He say their apartment is their apartment. Oh, this world does not care. This world does not care.
California, Gavin Newsom has allowed California to go to hell in the handbasket. I swear to you. Man. You can go and break into. You can go and do whole mob robbery scenes with kids run through stores because they're not going to be held accountable if it's less than a certain amount of dollars. They don't want cops running down kids. So now they do mob runs, and kids run through whole malls just grabbing whatever, running out because they know the cops aren't going to
What is it? It's the teen takeovers. That's what it is, the teen takeover. Yep, crazy.
That's wild.
007 says, it is wild. 007 says this. He said, a company called iPostal has mail forwarding services in certain mailboxes, and they have mail seas. You ain't never knew that? They've got over.
No. You see me?
He said, depending on your mailing location, you can have it mailed to you. That way, you don't have to rely on family. Now, when it comes to iPostal, shout out to 007. I have been using iPostal since I have been here in Colombia for almost the last decade. I've been using iPostal. I pay $19 a month, $19.99. They also, any mail that I get, like regular mail, they actually do a screenshot. They actually open it up for me. They do a screenshot of my mail, and I can actually look at my mail in my iPostal account. And if I want to keep it, keep it. If it's trash, I delete it, and they'll throw it away or shred it. The other thing, if I have anything sent over, to iPostal, he's absolutely correct. They will deliver it. They'll say, okay, Andre, it's going to cost you blah, 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 for us to send it to your location. I even had I remember one last time I went to Florida, I had all type of Groupon stuff being delivered to iPostal because I knew that I had shoes and slacks, jeans, ties, anything, any Groupon deals I could find before I came to the States, I was getting it. And it was all delivered, not to a house, because I didn't have a house in the States. It was delivered to my iPostal location in the United States, because you actually they give you an actual tangible address. So I was actually able to go to that actual address, pick up my mail with all my boxes. I went up there with a suitcase, an empty suitcase, and opened up all my shoe boxes from Groupon, and I got my slacks and everything. And me and the guy that manages everything for that particular branch of iPostal, we were just talking. He's like, yo, you live in Colombia? So we just talking about Colombia, and I put all my stuff, and he discarded all the boxes for me. But your letters, any type of letters that you get from your bank or any place else, they automatically go to iPostal. Now, the one caveat that was a headache for me with iPostal was my bank did not allow me to use iPostal as my bank address because they knew what iPostal is. So I did with my bank have to have a bank account. I mean a family member's address, and I still use it to this day. But when it came to if I needed them to send me a bank card, I could have them send that bank card to iPostal, and iPostal would have it delivered to me if I had to go that route. Now, fortunately, my bank allows me to go directly, but I've been using iPostal.
Do they get a special rate on the deliveries, like through their shipping services? Do they have a better rate than if I had to go direct?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know, because when I was using iPostal, I've never had to have them ship something to me, because like I said, your actual letters, they do a screenshot of them anyway. And so when you go into your iPostal account, you can use an iPostal app on your phone, or use your iPostal just regular account, and you open up the app or your phone or you're on your computer, and you open up your account, and they'll send you notifications when you get mail in your email. Hey, you got a letter in the mail from so and so, and they have a link to your iPostal. You click on your iPostal account, you log in, and that letter is on the screen right there. If you want to keep it, you just put it in the archives, or you print it out, or you save it, or download it. If you don't want to keep it, you just press on your account delete, and they'll shred that letter up for you. That means that you don't want to keep it. And so, like I said, I had shoes delivered to my iPostal. I I had blazers, I had ties, I had all types of socks, all type of stuff. So when I got there, I just was able to just, because this is how iPostal is set up. They've got over 10,000 locations nationwide. The average city has 5 iPostal locations. So you get a chance to choose one throughout the city. You want one to be downtown? Did you want to choose? Okay, cool. One that was in your old neighborhood. Okay, cool. So the average major city has 5 to 10 iPostal locations, and these are actual tangible addresses. This is not a PO box at all. This is an actual address, an actual location. It's like I said, I paid $19 a month. I think it started off at $10 a month, but I got like an advanced, the advanced iPostal membership, and so iPostal Gold type of thing. But I kid you not, it was well worth it, very well worth it. All you guys out there that have not used iPostal before, and you want an actual tangible address to use while you're outside the United States, go to iPostal. I'm hooking them up. iPostal.com. You will not be disappointed.
You need an affiliate link for that.
No, I do. I've been thinking about it for years to set up an affiliate link, but I never did. But go to iPostal.com, and I promise you, guys, he say iPostal raised red flags to the banks for businesses. That's why I sat back and I said, yes, well, my bank, I couldn't use iPostal as my address. I had to use a friend's address. However, when I needed for them, or if I had needed for them to send me a bank card, I could have used that address as secondary, my iPostal as secondary, for them to mail it to my iPostal account, and iPostal would have mailed the card to me. That's how that would have worked. Said,
I was thinking about that, Mr. 007. He's saying if you live overseas, it's better to get a local. I wonder if iPostal is in Guam or Hawaii would be the closest 2 places I can imagine that are U.S. territories, aside for United States being there. I would have to go with Guam or Hawaii, so the shipping wouldn't be as high. Yeah, he said Ronin might be Hawaii. What about Guam? I think Guam would actually be even. Actually, Guam is the closest.
Yeah, mine is still in Tampa. 007. Mine is still in Tampa, and like I said, I've had it for almost a decade.
Oh, they are in Guam. Nice. Maybe.
There you go.
Maybe the place to be where it still looks like I'm legitimately in the United States.
For all you guys that are watching this episode, man, you guys are getting gravy, because I'm gonna tell you something. After this episode is off, it will be taken down tomorrow morning and going to the Patreon. I'm letting you guys know. It will be going down.
I'm gonna put my private too.
Yeah, all you paid Patreon members.
Members only on my page as well. I'm gonna put it as members only. I'm giving away a lot of stuff here.
There's a lot of information that guys are getting on this live stream tonight, and on many live streams. And that's why we often ask you guys, support the channels. Support us with subscribing, clicking the like button, putting things in the comments. A comment section makes a channel introduces videos to people that haven't watched the video yet. Any YouTuber, I kid you not, they want more people just to put, I don't care if you put one word in the comment section, put something in the comment section of your favorite YouTubers' videos. That causes YouTube to say, wait a minute, action is taking place over on that area. I give you a perfect example. I dropped a video, a YouTube short on TikTok yesterday. I don't know what it is. It was just about a Nordic country's healthcare system versus the United States. Do you know in 24 hours that little TikTok short of the lady talking about Nordic countries got over 30,000 views in less than 24 hours and almost 400 comments, because the people are commenting. So when you guys are commenting, I kid you not, go ahead and do that. So click the like button, subscribe to the channels. Ronin was presenting his new channel. Make sure that you guys put comments in our videos. I don't care if it's a 1 minute, a 1-word comment. Put comments in because that helps YouTube to say, let's push these videos out because this is important. But as for this one, this was going to be chopped up because all you men that have been part of the Patreon or part of the paid Patreon, you deserve to have this information first before everybody else. So shout out to all you guys that are here tonight. But by tomorrow morning, all the latecomers are called latecomers for a reason. And we haven't even finished with this video, but yeah, iPostal, I kid you not, I am a alumni, if you will, of iPostal, so I can validate use of iPostal. And they give you a choice of an actual address, and you get to choose what part of your city that you choose. Like my brother said, Andre, you'd be better off in Florida. There are 5 of them in Tampa, Florida, where I'm from. So I went on ahead and I have a Tampa, Florida downtown address. And it's not a P.O. box. It's an actual address and a manager that actually works there. I've met him because when I went there and I had all type of packages and mail sent out there. I kid you not. So yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I gotta look into that because that man, I got Amazon is here. But as far as returning product, man, I had a product I've been trying to return since December.
Dang.
Guys just don't want to come pick the stuff up. So I've already got a return authorization twice now. And it's still sitting here. Broke. Don't work.
Wow. Let's go back to the video.
Yeah, I need to find a better way.
I know, right? Especially on the island.
So I got to pay all that. You understand how frustrating it can be when you move to a whole different country. It's always going to be something. Okay, take care of everything before you move, guys. Doing business overseas is crazy. It's one of the biggest problems with moving overseas. Certainly, I've got a divorce that I've got to get done. I didn't get that done when I went home. You see what I'm saying? So I got 1 foot in the United States and 1 foot in the Philippines. You can imagine how frustrating that is. But that stuff didn't even bother me, but the Social Security, getting that money sent over here, oh yeah, that frustrated me, man. It frustrated me because they don't understand. Once they hear government, once they hear pension, oh man, they go crazy. Now all of a sudden, it's all different rules now. Maryland has to prove her guardianship of her own daughter. I said, well, when you sign up for school, you don't have to have proof of guardianship. If you do anything else but try to open up an account over here at this particular bank, where you need proof of guardianship. But the minute you mention government and Social Security and pension, it all goes out the window, guys. Do as little business you possibly can over here. Okay? Remember, that's always going to be a problem. You're always going to have something going on, either in your country or here, that you're dealing with. We didn't retire for that. See? That's why I only use 1 card over here. Imagine trying to manage all them cards and expiring and all of this and all of that. Not worth it. So if in America, if in the Philippines, wherever you are, finding your heart to help somebody. Not a day goes by that I don't help somebody. We ended up giving away helping 75 people get free gasoline on my birthday. Imagine that. 75 is a lot of people, man. 200 pesos each. And then I gave 5 people 500 pesos each. Well, I actually gave 4 500, and then I gave one guy 1,000 because his birthday was the same day as mine, and he had it on his ID. Because if I don't know anything else, I know this one thing for sure. We help other people, we help ourselves. Take care, stay safe, stay out of trouble. I'll see you next time. Don't do anything stupid, guys. Have all your I's dotted and your T's crossed when you talk about moving overseas. Because eventually the day's going to come when something's going to be due. Something's going to expire. And you're going to be like, man, do I have to go all the way to America for my Social Security appointment or to get my new credit card or whatever it is, to get my divorce finalized or trying to do business over here? It's like pulling teeth, guys. You know, I know some people going to say, oh, it's easy for me. Man, look, you ain't doing a whole lot of business over here. Because if you was, you would understand what I'm talking about. Just opening up that account was a headache for me. Even though it's the law that you can open up an account over here. They're going to put you through the ringer to do it. So a friend of mine, Angelo Habib, shout out to you, Angelo, he made a great point. He said, look, if you're able to open up an account in the Philippines and you do go back home, leave it open. Fund it a little bit, you know, but keep it open because it's hard to get a bank account here. It's hard to get a joint account here.
Okay, I want to hear what you have to say about that, Ronin.
Yeah, like I said, you're jumping through hoops. There are other YouTubers that'll tell you, I wouldn't necessarily want to open up a bank account here because stuff takes forever. They claim they don't get wires from American banks. There's some serious chaos going on in the Philippines when it comes to money and tracking of it. You know what I mean? So if you were to open up an account for whatever reason here in the Philippines, I'd say keep it very lowly funded, but keep it open, obviously, because when we come back, it's going to be a whole nother thing. My lady has a bank account, so I don't really necessarily need one. If we're going to do something big, I just move it to her account and we can pull it out that way. Matter of fact, right now, I just use Wise for a lot of things, you know, because it converts into Gcash, which they use here as a digital currency. Only thing I don't have is a Wise card. Everything's on my thing. But I heard you can't apply for a Wise card until you're overseas. So I was thinking about in the next couple months, I need to go ahead and see if I can get a Wise card sent to this location and then have that. But it works fine. You know, everything here is digital. You can literally take a cell phone, put it against whatever and pay for it with Gcash or whatnot. You know, and the conversion rate on Wise is really, really good. I mean, I'll tell you right now, PayPal is ripping people off on transactions. They are. They do not give you a good rate. I mean, it's terrible. You know, and the fact that your bank would give you a better rate if you could deal with them directly, Wise is at least keeping it a little bit more honest. Now I'm getting like 55, 53 pesos per dollar when the exchange rate here is 59 to 58. So for every $1, they're taking so many pesos from me, you know, and then you got a fee that goes on top of that too. So you're robbing me on the exchange rate and you're charging me a fee. Then when my lady gets, she got to pay a fee in order to liquidate the money and turn it into Gcash and all these. There's fees left and right coming and going. I'm like, nah, I got to find a better pay. I got to find a better way, you know.
That's an excellent point. I actually use Remitly to do transfers. I do transfers through Remitly, and I kid you not, it's been working out great. It only takes seconds to get money transferred from my U.S. account to my Colombian account or to Andre's account. And I've been using them for maybe.
I have to see if they have Remitly here in the Philippines, though. I'm not sure if they have Remitly. I know there was one you were saying you can literally order anything. I don't know what that service was, but similar to like a Uber, but it's more.
Yeah, that's in South America. That's Rappi. R-A-P-P-I.
Yeah, Rappi.
That's Rappi.
We have Grab and some other ones. They don't even have Uber here. No, it's Grab.
Wow.
And like in Thailand, places like that. But what was I going to say? I can't remember. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was basically, I'm going to continue on with the last part of his video. Let him finish off his that
was his closing right there. He said, anything I can
for
do
your daughter,
somebody.
I found that out. I was so frustrated because at some point I just stopped. I said, okay, ma'am, thank you. Have a nice day, because I was not getting through. The only reason, okay, you're telling me I need proof of guardianship for my own daughter when the only reason she's getting these benefits is because I'm the father and she's my daughter. That's the only reason. But she says, no, you need authorization from the U.S. Embassy. Imagine me going to the U.S. Embassy asking for that. They're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. But I'm gonna ask anyway because I gotta get that done, guys.
Now I'm gonna say something right out the gate that I knew. He should have been had that done based off of me and Andrea hired an attorney, a immigration attorney regarding when we have a child. What steps do we need to take as far as passport, birth certificate, U.S. citizenship? These are things that should have been done within the, if we don't even have a kid and we're making steps with an attorney to find out what would need to be done. Now, I'm not saying that we need to use an attorney to do this. We asked the attorney, we hired her to let us know what steps need to be taken. So, for example, DNA test, the blood test, the validation if I'm the father, that's a must. That has to be done to validate if I'm the father. There is no, well, yes, I'm the father of this child. Well, Andre, you have to prove it. Just because you wrote your name on a birth certificate, that does not mean that you that daddy, that you that baby's pappy. In other words, that does not mean that that child is American. We need a paternity test, so that has to be done. So we already know that. We're not this. What I'm doing is I'm showing you guys the contrast between the frustration that this brother is having with the banks, and really, in a small sense, he's creating his own frustrations. It's just caught up with him. And it just so happened to happen in the bank. It could have happened when he was trying to enroll her in a school, or it could have happened when he was trying to do something else for the child. And they were asking, who are you? Give us validation. It just so happened with the banking system that is kind of quirky. But the more he talks, the more I'm realizing these are things me and Andrea knew about 2 or 3 years ago, and we ain't even got kids. You got to have the DNA test in order to validate, or the paternity test to validate that that is your child, and that child is of a U.S. citizenship. You need to go ahead and get that child's passport early. You do need to get that child's birth certificate and everything else validating to prove that you are of guardianship to that child. That child should not be 8, 9, 10 years old, and you have no proof of guardianship of that child. They just got to take your word for it. Now, as I was saying, we understand in foreign countries the bureaucracy system is quirky. Got it. But I'm telling you, the reason why I'm telling his scenario compared to our scenario, for you guys who will be future dads in other countries, and you got current dads like T-Mac in Colombia, these things should be taken care of like immediately when the child is born. It should not be a 5, 6, 7, 10-year waiting period for a person to do this. T-Mac said you can tell which chicks are gringo hunters and which ones aren't. Gringo hunters will always want to go to nice restaurants. Okay, we're talking about something else. I guess I'm dipping in their conversation. He said no chicks are cool with Rappy and that. Okay, I think I'm dipping in their conversation. So let me not dip. Let me not dip. But these are things that I hear his frustration and I understand it. But even though we know the bureaucracy of the countries that we go to might not be as straightforward as the United States at times, we have to make sure that we are taking care of things a lot earlier. Everything that he's mentioning are things that me and Andrea already knew, and we ain't even got no kids yet. So I wonder how the hell he doesn't already have these things implemented in place, and he's scratching his head. He's frustrated. He's upset, as well as he should be. I do not deny that part. And everything he's saying about the banking system, I do not deny that part. But to help alleviate some of that headache, he could have knocked some of that stuff out earlier.
Is that the right one? Remitly? That's the right logo?
Yep, that's Remitly. Yep, that's the one I use.
Okay.
That Remitly app.
All right.
That's the one I've been using.
I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna check that out.
Really good. They're really, really
We
good.
need more. PayPal's tripping. I'm like, damn, what is going on?
Dude, and I'm
pay
talking
some
about
bills.
Remitly.
I ain't trying to open up.
Remitly will tell you what the fee is. They'll tell you how much you're going to be sending. They'll tell you what the rate of exchange is against the dollar for that day. Remitly has this is a cool thing about Remitly. I think Remitly is based in Washington State or up in that area. They have a customer service number you can call. That's the other thing I like about Remitly. They have Remitly is great. They have a customer service number that you can use, and it is really good, guys. I kid you not. So if I was doing money transfers, I would do Wise or I would do Remitly. And I kid you not. Let me pull this up on the screen for some of you guys. And this is their website as well. You know me, I like to do an old-fashioned screen share for you guys. Give me a second. Let me remove this and bring this up real quick. This is Remitly right here. As you can see up here, this is the same logo that you're going to see for the app. So when you download the app and go to Google Play, you're going to see that same logo. This is Remitly. Let me see if I can put this in the comment section for you guys. And you guys are getting hooked up tonight. I swear, man. You know what? I'm gonna tell y'all something for real. Y'all ready? Here we go. Man, when I started traveling, man, I ain't had nobody sharing none of this information. I did not have one content creator sharing none of this. Life insurance, how to transfer money, how to get you a U.S. address while you out of the country. Man, I ain't had none of this information, man. I'm talking about flying, building. You talking about building the plane after you jump out. I ain't had nothing. Sometimes, dude, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes my little rants be I'm jealous. I ain't gonna even lie. I'm jealous. So much information is in the Patreon. So much information is shared on this channel between brothers, man. Shout out to all you brothers in the comment section. I ain't had no dudes sharing nothing. Where to go for pay for play, they were sharing all that. Where to go for parties, they were sharing all that. These dudes wouldn't tell me how to get an Airbnb, how to get life insurance. They weren't telling me how to even buy a car in another country or rent a car in another country. It was no information except how to get on a plane, how to party, and how to pick up chicks. 90% of the videos by white dudes and black dudes were like the adventure of another country. But nobody was sharing how to relocate to another country and how you have your life established after you relocate to another country. Nobody was talking like this. So I ain't gonna lie. I am jealous. Yes, you damn right I'm jealous. I am jealous, man. Y'all get the hookup, bruh. Y'all get the, man, I had to hunt from, Remitly was not the first money transfer app I was using. Man, I was going through so many bad apps. I ain't had nobody to tell me, hey, you need to go to Remitly or go to this one, like you guys are putting in the comments. Like my brother said, go to DBC, the Fiji Virtual, or go to Regas. Nobody was telling us that about money transfers. Go to Wise. All we knew was PayPal or Cash App. That was it. Man, I'm so damn pissed. I'm talking myself into anger. Ronin, I'm talking myself into being upset. I'm so jealous, man. No, come on, Ronin. When nobody talking like this, when sharing
I just found out about Wise about a year ago before I got on a plane, and I went ahead and set up the account with Wise. But other than that, it was PayPal, and they don't have Cash App in the Philippines, so it's only PayPal.
Man, nobody was
aside
talking
from
about
now these other pieces like Wise and Remitly. I didn't know nothing about no Remitly, so yeah,
because
just having access and knowing I just knew about Wise.
I give you a perfect example how I use Remitly, guys. Just y'all getting hooked up. I have my Colombian bank account, right? Remember, I've mentioned to you guys, in Colombia, it's different from the States when how they tax you. In the States, you get taxed on your paycheck, on how much you get paid, right? In Colombia, you get taxed on your bank account. So that's why most people in Colombia that got real jobs, not under the table jobs, they get taxed, as T-Mac knows, on their bank account in September and October, depending on what your number is, your like your last digits of your cellular number, right? So my date is October. So Andre does my taxes for filing in October. Hers is September. And so I know as long as I don't go over 10 or 11,000 going into my Colombian bank account every year, when Andre does my taxes, I'm basically tax free. So I've only paid, come to think of it, I have never paid taxes, had to pay taxes in Colombia because I don't go over the threshold. And Andrea, being a tax accountant, she knows how to do the bells and whistles of the one time that I did come close to going over. So I was like, it was like instead of 11,000, I think I put into the account like 13,000, but she made all type of tax breaks and all that stuff to make it go to zero, right?
Right.
So I've got my US bank account, but whenever I don't have all my US money sent directly to my bank account. No, if something I need, I send it through Remitly to my Colombian bank account. So if rent needs to be paid, that money will go into that. For example, you guys know that we pay $650 a month for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom in this nice area of Cali. That 600 plus goes into my Colombian bank account to pay towards that the rent. And if I need utility money, that goes. So I try to make sure, and if I need spending money that I have to use spending money, I'll either go to an ATM or I'll use Remitly. And Remitly, the app, delivers cash downstairs. So I'll order like if I order right now on Remitly, I can have 400,000 peso delivered downstairs on a motorcycle, which is $100 USD. Divided by 4. Yeah, man, I do that. Man, I've done that one 100 times. Like you guys come to the city. Hey, Dre, I'm in Cali. Let's go hang out. Let's go get something to eat. Let's go to the club. I'll be like, okay, cool. By the time I get out the shower, by the time I get done with the live stream, I get out the shower. There's $100 waiting for me downstairs, a motorcycle. They give me a 3-digit code to give the guy on the motorcycle. He looks at his 3-digit code to confirm, okay, this is the right dude. He counts out the money. Boom, I go back upstairs. Yeah, I use Rappi for cash all the time. Dude, I've had 3 motorcycles to 4 motorcycles downstairs with cash for me. Because I'm like, I need more than just $100. I need about $400 or $500 cash. I just want to have some nice chunk of cash around here to, the last one. Whatever. Only $400, right? And so I would have, because the most that you can do is 100 at a time. You could do 50 at a time, 25 at a time. Mm-hmm. The most you could do is 100 at a time. So I would have 4 motorcycles bringing me 100. So I'll just be standing there. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But this is the cool part about Remitly. It don't deliver to the hood. They don't deliver. They don't deliver food, and they don't deliver. Bruh, yeah. They are not trying to get got. They are not trying to get got. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. So I use Remitly I use Rappi. If you're in Colombia and when you're doing a consultation with me, I always say when you come to Colombia, download the Rappi app. Why? They deliver groceries. They deliver food from different restaurants. They have a grocery store system called Turbo, Rappi Turbo. That means that whatever you order at the grocery store must be at your front door in 10 minutes.
Wow.
So what, like if you sit back, you say, man, I need some spaghetti sauce and make a spaghetti. Go to Rappi, order it, and Rappi will deliver that in 10
You can't even
minutes.
get that from Instacart in America. Instacart,
Oh,
you got to schedule like hours in advance to get your order pulled. Walmart, same thing. You do, because I used to grocery shop online. I would just order my stuff from Kroger or whatever and have it delivered. I wouldn't waste my time getting in the car to order groceries. They just deliver them.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the cool part is I can connect my U.S. Bank card or credit card or my Colombian cards to my Rappi account, and both of them work. So instead of going to the ATM and paying ATM fees, I'm going to Rappi. And I ain't got to drive. And I'll put in Rappi, and it's been times I've been on the live stream. I'll put in a Rappi account, and then all of a sudden I'll do like this. Well, Ronin is talking, so let me go ahead and put Ronin like this. I'll disappear.
Yeah.
I'll go get the money downstairs while Ronin is talking. I'll come back upstairs, and you guys will think that I've been sitting here the whole time. Man, I went downstairs to get that money. I went downstairs and got that money. And I've done it plenty of times, man. Kid you not. So I've used, plus the cool part, Ronin.
Yeah, I've played several times.
I know, right? And here's the other part. They also deliver to whatever restaurant or location that you are. Let's say you're at a restaurant and you're not at home. And you say, you know what? I think I want to order another bottle of wine. And I don't want to use my card. I think I'll have some cash. You can go to Rappi, set it up, and it has address change. And it says where you are. And bam, it'll just put that address to the restaurant in there. And all of a sudden you get a notification in 10 minutes, 15 minutes that, hey, your rider is on the way to the ATM. Okay, your rider is on his way to the restaurant. Your rider is 2 minutes away from you. You want to meet him outside. They give your rider 3-digit code. They give you a 3-digit code. You show it to the rider. The rider says, oh, yeah, that's it. That's you. Hand you the money, and you walk right back in the restaurant. Yep. He said, Theo. Well, T-Mac says, it's true. Rappi won't deliver or in the hood, but Strata's 4s through 6, no problem. Absolutely correct. Rappi does not deliver anything in the hood. They are not setting the motorcycle boys up like that. And them people will rob them folks. They will rob them. He said, I was at a birthday party for Tours by D. Shout out to our girl, D. I was talking to her a couple weeks ago. So they delivered cash to the rest. Yep, they delivered cash to the restaurant. When we went to dinner with Richie Mack, they delivered my medication to Super Bowling. I didn't even know that when we were there. Wait a minute, you mean when we were at Super Bowling? Did I remember that? Because I was there. It was me, you, Richie Mack, and a few other guys, right? Richie's friend and his girlfriend, his wife. And I didn't know that, T-Mac, that you had medication delivered to Super Bowling. I did not know that. But first of all, Super Bowling is amazing. It's like a club bowling restaurant. It's the most beautiful place you ever saw, man. And it's a bowling alley. And it's called Super Bowling in Medellin. If you guys ever get a chance, look up on TikTok, Super Bowling Medellin. Yeah, and it is amazing, bro. It is amazing. They got
a bowl.
Yeah.
I used to love bowling. I was in a bowling league since I was in the military. So I always used to like going bowling.
Yeah. He said the best thing, he said, I know what I know from starting and failing business consultations. He said, but things to do is to get rid of the learning curve is to pay for a consultant. Damon Dash or Dame Dash. Yep.
It's the old adage is why reinvent the wheel? If somebody already has a good running wheel, then you go and find out what he did, or buy the wheel.
I don't know what you're talking about, T-Mac. This is when I first came back from the States, and I went to with Richie Mack. Instead of coming directly back to Colombia, Miami, I actually went to Medellin when me, T-Mac, and Richie Mack hung out. I was supposed to stay an extra day. I called Richie about, I think it was like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. I said, bruh, I'm gone, man. I'm going home. I'm going home. And I found me a discount ticket to head back to Cali at 6 o'clock. I'm out of here. He said, all right, Dre. And I already knew you wasn't gonna stay the whole time. This is what Richie told me. I knew you wasn't gonna stay the whole time anyway. But we did have fun at Super Bowl.
You know what? Let me say this. In your defense, let me say this. There's a difference between a married man and a single man that might be in a relationship. It's different levels. You get what I'm saying? The married man is happy. He wants to go home to his wife. He don't want to hang out just to look at, skirts running in front of him. I got a nice skirt that I love, and I'm qualified, and I know what I'm getting. I want to go home to that.
Right. That's how I was feeling. I was like, man, I'm ready to go home, man. Get back to my own woman, my own bed. I just, I had been in Miami. Okay. Maybe because I wasn't a Floridian. I mean, if I wasn't a Floridian, Miami would have impressed me more. But since, being a Floridian, I'm like, okay, it's Miami. All right. I went to my favorite restaurant, Bubba Gump's. Went and got me some shrimp and Bubba Gump's. And I was ready to leave after that. Shout out to my brother Blade Runner with the $10 love over on Cash App, as well as the $5 Bitcoin blessing that one of you brothers have sent. Shout out to you, Bitcoin brothers. Yes, sir. An international quiet storm has crept up in here. He said, good evening, everyone. Lost track of all time studying. Yes, sir. That's how you do it, brother. And Mr. 007, he said exactly. He said, I asked Ronin if he was willing to teach me how to sell insurance and the pros and cons of selling it. The consultation, yeah. That knowledge, man.
Insurance business is good money. Believe me, it's great money. And once you figure out the system, it's real. And I've always been the type of person, especially after going 1099 since a long time ago. Once I learn a system, I ain't working for you. I ain't giving you a part of my share of my commission. Yeah. I'm going independent as quickly as possible. So I went independent, started selling for myself and getting my own separate contracts outside of the entity I was working for. Because here's the thing. You're the marketer. It's your client base. It's everything, but you're represented by looking like you work for a major organization. Nah, I don't need that. I'm good.
You good?
Once I get your training, I'm done. I ain't trying to have you benefit off of my hard labor, and you ain't doing nothing but giving me a name.
And
my name's good enough. Yeah,
they will. Let's finish off the last part of the video. He's down to the last. Let's
little goodbye.
Yeah, but yeah, you guys will appreciate that remitly. That's the
I dropped the link. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely try it out.
Drop that link again. Yeah, I've been doing money transfers with them, and I think my favorite part about them, other than PayPal, is they have a really good customer service. I would say that I'm able to call them, talk to an actual person, and get what I need taken care of. So I've dropped the link.
Way better than PayPal.
I know, right? I know. PayPal, you are not getting
talk to somebody. What? You can actually talk to somebody.
Right. That's what got me. That's what sold me. I kid you not. I could talk to somebody. I said, okay, cool, perfect.
3, my daughter's 5. If something were to happen to me, they're gonna have to jump through hoops to get that money. Okay? I don't want that.
That's it.
And he just walked away. I don't want that.
That's what he does.
Welcome back to my channel, son.
That's what he needs to say, and ain't out. He ain't arguing with nobody.
I ain't mad at him. I am not mad at him. But he said I'm 63, and I know AMSM. He just walked out. He said I'm 63, and I want my daughter to get that money. They shouldn't have to jump through hoops. He has not. Once again, Andre and I don't even have any kids, and I've already set her up to know what steps to take to continue to get my Social Security money if we have children, and what happens if we don't have children, that for her to acquire our certain things need to be put in place. Not, and here we go back to what Ronin has been showing us all night, guys. set everything up for if you're going to live outside of in another country, you are going to have to take consideration the fact that you are going to pass in that other country. Make sure you have everything set up. Just for all you guys that asked me about the slides that Ronin set up today, I've sent, if any of you guys look in your emails, you have received those slides that Ronin, because I was sending them out to shout to Omar, who responded and said, thanks, Dre. I've sent the slides. So if you're interested in the slides that Ronin was sharing with us, shoot me an email, because all the other guys, I've already sent off their responses and they have those slides already. And we're here to help you guys. You know, go ahead, Ronin.
No, I just, go ahead and send them out. Like I said, it's the information that you guys really need. You put in so much hard work, growing your businesses, growing your individual knowledge to get to this level. Now it's time to shore it up. It's time to reinforce it to make sure not only you keep it, but all that hard work goes to your grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren, because the way you funding these things, and if you do it right, like Dre benefit from it. You know, his great-great-great-grandparents did it. You know, so you have no idea how long this thing will last. You know, and other family members can put into it as well.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. That's a great way of reminding guys that the trust can be set up to where you're not the only one feeding it. It could be fed like those. Let me put my email up there. They could be fed like those who are mega rich. Their family members constantly feed insurance policies into the one trust. Into the one trust. So you're absolutely correct. Let me share the screen in regards to what tomorrow's episode will be. Some of you guys have been talking about our brother Mediocre Tutorial Review and him being,
that's awesome that he's out here in Thailand.
So tomorrow's episode will be a reaction episode to some of his videos that he's been putting out over the last few days. He's been so excited. Every video is like a whole new person that we're seeing.
Right. Look at the face even on that one, the stress versus the release.
Yes, sir.
You
yes,
know,
sir.
I know it's an AI, but I'm just saying it's truly that way.
Yes, sir. And all I did was make a thumbnail of the photos in which he had presented. This was him in the States, and this is actually a photo of him when he was walking through Thailand. And so I just put them together, use AI to put them together. So tomorrow's episode will be a reaction to a few of the latest videos that our brother Mediocre Tutorial and Review, MTR, if you will, has been putting together. I'm gonna reach out to Richie Mack, see if I can catch up with MTR through Richie Mack.
Yeah,
but I know, right?
Could be a collab in the future for real. He right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to our brother Chaos Rain. Make sure you guys support him tonight. We've been here almost 5 hours, guy. Yeah, he was depressed until he went to Thailand. Yeah, because he said that he really didn't get a chance to mourn the loss of his dad a couple years ago. So yeah, so I'm definitely going to be doing reaction to his videos tomorrow. So guys, be expecting that. Going to be a really good interview. I mean, not interview, really good reaction videos. I'm excited about it. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for when guys come out here into the real world and get a chance to see that there is peace and opportunity to just discover a new thing about themselves.
Right.
So you the stress.
And for him, big thing for him is he didn't have to do. He could still run his business no matter where he was in the world. When he stepped away from corporate America, he could have immediately just jumped on a plane and set up in any part of the world and still been successful, continue to do his thing, still do his reviews and everything else. He's kept himself in that bubble of pressure for wherever he lived at in Atlanta. And now he's kind of realizing, I can actually do this anywhere. I don't work for corporate America. What is actually keeping me there? the loss of his father, and all those things that maybe have been anchors to keeping him in the United States are no longer there. So what's really keeping him there? And I think he's coming into self-realization as you're looking at these videos tomorrow, that he's realizing, I could have been gone. I could have been over in some country like this and been relaxed while I was still progressing in YouTube.
I think another thing is this, Ronin. He's starting, travel. He's starting to realize, I wish my dad had done this. I wish my dad had the opportunity to see the beauty of the world. And I think I'm not sure if his dad was in the military or not, but to take advantage of living outside the United States. And I think he realizes that life is short. There are no guarantees. He doesn't have any kids, mediocre tutorial review. He did videos about him breaking up with his girlfriend a while back. So he doesn't have any female connections there in regards to having a loved one. And he could do his reaction videos from anywhere in the world. He's over 900,000 subscribers.
So think how many Thai people it's going to add to that list, because once he gets around Thailand, I mean, Philippines is big business being a YouTuber. You're famous, literally being a famous YouTuber in the Philippines alone. So I can imagine what Thailand is, and then he's already over there doing his little Thai kickboxing. He's over there working out with the Thai kickboxers, and I mean, he is really letting it go. You know what I mean? And I'm happy for him, and I'm happy to let other people see, because he has a huge following. That's 900,000 influences plus. I watch that channel and see his release of the stress and everything, and what he's doing and how much better he's feeling. And people are going to catch on. Yo, maybe I need to do that too.
Especially in our community.
Yeah.
Especially in our community, yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I kind of stay in this lane of information, and we haven't changed, because we knew that me and Andre kind of knew this moment would come where people will want more of relocation information and not just vacation information. We kind of saw this coming years ago, and we just stayed our lane where everybody else was doing party videos. We just kept sharing information about relocation, interviewing people that relocated, sharing information such as yours regarding relocation. And we just stay in our lane. And I think we are just on the beginning of people wanting to relocate. And so that's why, we kind of just stay in our lane, because we've seen it blow up. And now everybody wants to be out here giving advice on relocating. They've been out here for 1 year, and now they all want to give advice on relocating. And you sit back, you think to yourself, you're like, okay, I've been out here 10 years. Now it's time to go ahead and buckle down and share a lot more information.
Right.
But a man supported me, and not to cut you off, Ronin, a man supported me, and shout out to you, brother. Always supporting the channel. He said, Andre, I was on somebody's channel, and they started talking about race-based topic. He said, man, let me go to Andre's channel. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you in regards to that. You just get so tired of just hearing the same talking points, the same mumbo jumbo, the same victim mentality, the same excuses, where you like, you know what? Let me go somewhere where there are some brothers that don't talk about only what's going on in the States as far as the negative part. There's some great things that's still going on in the States, some wonderful things. But if you let people in the United States talk sometime, they act like ain't nothing good going on in the States.
So, even though I talk about going back to the States, Dre, my lady even looks at stuff she sees that's going on in the United States. She's like, oh my God, I don't even know if I want to be around. I'm like, good. Understand that. Please understand that. So when we get back, we can buy the property, get it going, and buy another property back here in the Philippines. So you understand where the goal is, right? By the time she get back to the Philippines, you're gonna be like, nah, we don't need to go back all that
I'm
off.
telling you, bro.
Hey.
Just like Andrea. She sounds just like Andre. Andre would say, Dre, I can give you a small amount of time in the States. She said, but I can't live in your country, not for the rest of my life. She said, I cannot see it. Because she sees what's going on. People don't realize that foreign countries do watch our news.
They just look at the women's behavior. We were in Manila and she saw some black women in Popeyes. They got the ultra tight booty shorts on and tight shirts, and she's like, "This is Manila. What the? Why are they dressed like that in public? Like not even conservatively dressed, just like butt cheeks damn near out." And these are Filipinos. They don't dress like that, bro. They don't. And just to have two random black girls sitting there sticking out like two sore thumbs, not trying to blend in at all.
Hey,
just
man.
ratchet as all.
If you only knew how many times Andrea cracked jokes on me every time she see them sisters from the States that dress like that. They go, your sisters? They go, your cousins, Andre. Hey, Andre, baby. Hey, babe. Get your cousins. Go get your cousins. Take care of that. Because you know she hang out with us. She know all the slang now. Go and take care of that, Andre. Go get your cousins over there. Your cousins over there with them bright colors, them neons on, with that weave that y'all love so much. I'd be like, that ain't me. No, that's you. That's your people right there. That's American women. I'm like, she'd be like, just follow the bonnets. Just follow the bonnet. I'm like,
she's only 5'2", 5'4", and she looked down like, oh my God, they're just so big. I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it. I say, yeah, go ahead and get all that hate in there right now. So when you get there, you won't be uncomfortable as hell, ready to come back as soon as you get done.
No. You just don't know.
There's another guy, and I want to promote his channel. He's a YT guy, but he's married to a Filipino. He's an ex-Marine. He did some time in police force in Chicago. Got his money together, retired, and has been in the Philippines for almost 7 years. It's called It's Me, and his wife. He met his wife in America, and they both came back and brought a house and built one, custom built. You know, they're happier here, but his wife also comes from a real good family. You know, her dad owns a business and several vehicles, and so it wasn't about money. It was really about the relationship. But again, another Marine that's come back to the States, and then they turn around and came back to the Philippines, and they have a whole house in a series too. You know, a white guy. So it's crazy how people think a lot of these women are about what they're about, but really once they get that experience, you know how you always looked up to something, and then when you finally get a taste of it, you actually see it or experience it, you're like, I don't really like that. You know, that don't taste right. Something weird, you know, about it. And they're not comfortable. I can see that happening. She's not going to be comfortable. You know what I mean? So that's why I said, I know we ain't going to be long in the States. I just want to come back, get this property situated, start doing some things, get her situation, and we coming back to the Philippines. I already know. And once we get back here, she ain't gonna want to leave again.
Nope.
This is home.
Nope. Shout out to Fort Wayne, Indiana. He said, Dre, real bad in Fort. He says, real bad in the Fort now. You know what? I was thinking about the Fort the other day, man. He says, real bad in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Now I seen two men and two boys with the bonnet wearing in the Fort. Shout out to YouTubing as a habit. Man, goodness gracious.
Isn't there some kind of fad right now? Dudes are wearing dresses again or something crazy like that? Some
man, dudes wearing beard bonnets. Ronin, if you ever want to look at something crazy, look up on TikTok beard bonnets. There are men around with beard bonnets.
No, bro, no.
Man, listen.
Yeah, that's gonna be a show and a half, man.
I know.
You know, half of this is going to be, I'm going to really be filming her reaction to actually being in the States. That's going to be fun.
Oh, I know that
she
is.
was like, oh, hell no.
Plus, she ain't used to any cold weather. So once she get a taste
of it. No, she's thinking, oh, the snow. I love the snow. I'm like, no, you ain't going to love it, but for 5 seconds. 5 red
That's
hot seconds. Once you walk your ass out there, you're gonna run right back in the house.
Oh, bruh. I love when I took Andre to Europe in November. I did that on purpose. I was being strategic. I want to live in Europe. You do? Okay, cool. You sure? Yes, it's beautiful. We got family there. I said, okay, cool. Man, I purposely booked the trip in November so it wasn't snowing yet, so she couldn't blame it on the snow. Bruh, that hawk in London, she don't know nothing about that hawk. That hawk that was waiting for her in Paris, man, we at the bus stop because Andrea want to ride the famous London double Dutch bus. So she want to be on the red double Dutch bus. But we got to wait for a specific bus because she don't know nothing about waiting for the bus in London. So we got to wait for a specific number to come around that corner. Man, we must have saw 50 buses coming. She freezing.
I know you're getting frustrated and cold.
And I'm laughing. I am laughing. You know, I'm from Detroit. I'm used to that cold. I'm laughing. So finally, the bus makes it so she could go to the top and take her little double Dutch bus photos. And bruh, I kid you not, it was the funniest thing because my plan was in the making. Yes, feel the cold and feel the cold.
Hey, I'm way ahead of you. We going to Japan during wintertime because she wants to see the snow. I said, oh, really? You want to see the snow? Guess what? It snows in Japan. We're going to take a trip there way before we even look at coming to the United States.
Yep.
We're going to go to Japan during wintertime so you can see that snow and play in it for a while. And you see how much you're going to like it.
That's so true. My brother AMS with the $5 love says this. He said, Andre, how dare you let Mrs. Spence crack black jokes? Man, them sisters was Here's what happened. We are in an Argentina restaurant. Very nice, very quiet. We're sitting up there enjoying sangrias before Andrea's steak come and my seafood comes. Andrea, I'm not facing the door. Andrea is. Andrea, see her look up and I see her eyes. And she said, there go your cousins. I turn around and I see these big walrus looking sisters.
Oh, hell no.
Into the Argentina restaurant. Neon, one's got bright neon pink on, the other one's got the bright neon green fishnet on. So the outfits are basically see-through. I'm looking at the Colombians, because you know ladies always look at ladies. The ladies look up and they looking like Andrea I'm steady looking back. Andrea just throwing jokes all in my ear. What can I say? What can I say? I'm always crying. Andre came with the big girl jokes. I'm like, come on, Andre, really? You gonna do the big girl? Yo, get your people. Get your cousin, Andre. You always say, because I always do that to her. Anytime a Colombian do something, I'll be like, you better get your cousin. Get your cousin, Andre. Get your cousin. And so now she like, get your sisters. Get your sisters. so man, I was so embarrassed. But I wasn't embarrassed. I tried to pretend like they ain't my people. I'm trying to duck. I'm trying to finish my sangria. Got my wine glass, trying to pretend like I ain't see what I saw. I mean, they wobbled their ass off in there. And then 2 weeks after that, no, a month after that, and this has happened in this restaurant 3 times. You had one situation where a brother wobbled his tail off in there with a big girl. They didn't understand the exchange rate of the Colombian pesos to the dollar. They didn't know it was 4-1. So when the check came, the guy told them it's about 200, just to let them know it's 200,000 because they couldn't understand reading the receipt. He said, about 250,000 pesos. This dude pulled out $250. 250,000 Colombian pesos, like $70, $80. This dude put out $250 cash. Man, how come that Colombian waiter put it right in his pocket? Yeah, okay, dumbass.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right.
Put it right
exactly. That's my tip. for
Yep.
dealing with you.
And they walk. And I guess the brother thought he was flexing, the fresh, crisp 250, and then put it right in his pocket. He went. The waiter went ahead and paid the regular price and kept the change in his pocket. And then you had scenarios where not even 3 months after that, you had two more sisters wobble off in there, eat half the food in the restaurant, in this Argentinian steak restaurant. And anybody knows about Argentinian steaks, it's considered some of the best beef on the planet. And these sisters ate half the food and then made a ruckus so loud. I'm not paying for that. And the dude was like, you know what? Just get out of my restaurant.
In Venezuela, they doing that? I mean, in Argentina, they doing that in Colombia.
No, Colombia.
The meal doesn't cost that much. What are you scamming people for in a whole nother country? Right. You bringing your American scamming ass ways down to Colombia when the meal is not even a quarter of what it costs in America, and you still running games?
You cannot. They can't help but scam. Scamming is in their blood, no matter what country they go to. That's why you don't see me always in up in sisters' faces from the States. Some of them are cool, the nicest people you ever want to meet. Most of them, hell no. Hell no.
T-Mac, you're evil, bro, but I'm going to do that. T-Mac says, Ronin, I just looked on AI, and January is the coldest month in Hokkaido. You get nice Siberian winds. But the funny thing about that is anytime we get a little bit of cold air blowing or it rains enough where the AC kicks out a little cold air, she goes, oh, it's so cold here. It's so cold here. It's the Antarctica winds coming down. I'm like, Antarctica? Ain't no Antarctica, nothing on the damn the equator. What are you talking about, Antarctica? No, it gets cold in
Argentina for real.
You have no idea what cold is. Wait until we get some snow. You won't feel cold.
Yes, sir.
Antarctica
feel cold.
Yeah.
AMSM says this. He said, Andre, how dare you let Mrs. Spence crack black jokes? He said, I got to report y'all to the invisible school of Dr. Umar Johnson. I know, right? The invisible school of Dr. Umar Johnson. That's the name of a book right there. That's the name of a book.
And their consciousness.
I know,
that's
right?
Who Dr. is.
For real. All right, we've been here 5 hours, guys. Shout out to all you guys.
I'm surprised you guys hung out with us that long, especially on this topic. Good Lord.
I know, man.
No,
hey,
I'm giving y'all a round of applause for actually applying some attention skills.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This has been fun, man. This has been fun. Anytime you guys get a chance to gather some information on how to live when you're relocating, take advantage of it. Don't click away from those channels that are trying. I know it's not exciting as, the OB land when somebody gets drug videos, but don't click away from content creators such as Ronin and ourselves that are really helping you, Richie Mack, that are helping you in regards to relocating and not just vacationing in other countries. Once again, tomorrow's video is going to be about our brother MTR and his videos that he's been posting over the last few days and excitement that he feels when it comes to living and enjoying his life in Thailand or Southeast Asia, in other words. Yes, sir. Let me get ready to do an outro with you guys. We'll just go through one outro video. Appreciate you guys once again. Glad that you're here, Ronin. Is there anything that you want to say in closing?
No, as always, it's always a pleasure coming up on the panel and coming up on the show with you, co-hosting and collaborating. Like I said, we have like mind. We're basically twin brothers when it comes down to it. I mean, we're both October babies.
Yes, sir.
Artists, mindset's the same. So when you got people of like-mindedness trying to share information, it's always a good thing when you guys can collab together. So always appreciative of your time and being able to come on the show. Thank you. And as always, man, I mean, everybody that knows us, knows me, knows you. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody in the room should be subscribed to my channel already because I got to share chats with everybody. Anyway, anybody's in your rooms, in my room, we just trading off time. You know what I'm saying? We got to collab on time slots. That's what I want to do. Like KF, get everybody on time slots. Let's get time slots. You know,
there we
competing
go.
against you and Zoom. Oh my God, that's like no way. I'm fighting up a hill. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. So I just bow down. You know what I'm saying? I get in where I can fit in. But yeah, but if you guys like just go over and just hit the subscribe button for Wealth Talks Legacy Walks, I would really appreciate it. I'm just trying to drive up the subscribership on that, and then I can focus in on doing that kind of conversation over there more so than mix the content on my Ronin Travelers channel to the business side of it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, let me drop the link.
If anything, that's all I need is just y'all go over and hit that subscribe button on Wealth Talks Legacy Walks, and I'll have more conversation like that over there. Aside from what I do on the Travelers channel. I appreciate you guys.
All
Other
right,
than that, that's it, man.
There you go. Appreciate you, brother. And we got 40 plus people in the building. So make sure you guys subscribe to Ronin's new channel that he was just talking about. There should be no reason why he doesn't have at least 40 to 50 new subscribers supporting his channel. I know I'm going to be subscribing from a couple of channels. So shout out to all you guys that are supporting our brother.
Thank you. I'm going to step down now. Salute to y'all. Peace.
All right. Salute to you too. Yes, sir. All right, gentlemen. We had a great evening of information. Once again, shout out to all you guys that are here. He's naming all the cold spots around the world. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you, T-Mac. Let's get ready to do an outro, and tomorrow we'll get together in regards to our brother mediocre tutorial and review. Let's do one outro. Let's hit this one. I haven't hit this one in a few days.